Okay. Holy shit, dude. I need a haircut so badly. I was spending like 5 minutes in front of the mirror trying to get my hair into a rough approximation of the shape that it's normally in. It is not agreeing with me. You know, I think generally speaking, people with thin hair wish they had thick hair, but I don't think they fully understand the work that needs to be done on the other side of the fence, you know? Because people with thin hair can just like pretty I wouldn't say effortlessly style their hair, but they don't have the issue where when it grows out too long they have like a perfectly round blob of dense like because if you have thick hair and you don't get a haircut for too long, it's not like you just have longer hair. You have like a solid like a expanding like an old-fashioned halo, you know, expanding further and further. Yeah, a helmet, exactly. Now imagine if it was coiled. Okay, motherfucker, I'm going to assume you're not white. Finally, it's time for the white boy to strike back, okay? If your hair, listen, this is a problem if your hair is straight or lightly wavy, okay? If your hair is curly, it looks good when you have an expanding orb of hair around your head. That's called a fucking anastole, and it's the hair of kings. Or if you're black, it's called a goddamn, like, small afro or something. And that also looks good. You know? I'm talking about if you have thick, straight hair. I haven't seen the shirt before. Oh, I got it from Imogene and Willie. Yeah, it's my one and only, my only long sleeve t-shirt, you know? I have sweatshirts and I have t-shirts. This is my only long sleeve t-shirt. It's very cozy. Um, I was a little confused on the sizing because like I feel like there's a little too much space up here in the chest. I feel like it should hug me tightly. But Imogene and Willie has a vision of what a male body should look like. And that vision does not include 38-inch hips or a stomach. So I had to work with, you know, I had to work within my limitations, like body-wise, you know? I think if I like beefed up, you know, if I like worked out a little bit, I feel like I could fill up the top. Twink store. I also got these from them. Ain't they cute? Come on. Some camo short shorts. I don't fuck with the fit, but I'm happy you're happy. If only more people could adopt that mentality. You know, for some people, they struggle with that. They don't know how to express themselves. Use hair clips. I'm not using hair clips. You should get a fade. I need a haircut. I need a haircut. I agree. Donate to me so I can afford one. Haircuts are expensive. Haircuts are expensive when you tip well, because you can't tip 20% at a haircut. You know? If you're tipping 20% for a coffee, you can't be tipping 20% for a haircut. The math doesn't math. I thought male haircuts were cheap, only if you're heterosexual. Get cornrows? What about that one Photoshop of me where I have waves? Where I look like Norman Osborn? I don't know. There's something about it. There's something about it. I don't know. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying that I think that there's something about it. Do you think it actually looked like that? Well, I don't actually know how you make your hair do this. So I couldn't really say. I don't know what like the practical consequence would be, to be honest. White Drake. I don't want that. I don't want that being put out there. Don't say that. That's not the association that I want. I hate it on anyone. Hair shouldn't be that geometrically perfect. Okay, wait. Counterpoint. What is that one? I think it's like West African hairstyle trend where it's like old African tribal culture that's like been reclaimed in the modern era in a post-colonial sense, where they shape their hair into like really funky style. I think the Met Gala had somebody repping it back like 4 or 5 years ago. It's you have your hair shaped out like a sculpture. Does anyone know the name of that? Hold on. African sculpture hairstyle. I don't even know if it corresponds to like a particular country now. They have whole competitions for that? Yeah. It has like a specific look to it. It's not, it doesn't look like it's done with a bunch of curls or braids or whatever. It's like a solid mass of hair. I don't really understand how they do it, to be honest. Like that? No, not like that. I can't find what I'm thinking of. I'm seeing like different... Oh, did you see the thing that I saw on Twitter where it turns out that girl who does the cool hair sculpture stuff is a TERF? That sucks. Check out these trendy African hairstyles throughout history. Nah, this ain't it. Yeah, I can't find it, sorry. Another close call at Reagan Airport. Fascinating. In Colombia, black people have braiding contests. That's different. You just... Okay, listen, I said in Africa, not braids. And you're like, well, I know a hair black people, black hair thing. Hair black, hair black, melanin, black people hair. And then you posted that link. Like this. Okay, this is an example. I see versions of this all over, like people posting fashion history. It's one of the reasons why I really hate it's one of the reasons I really hate fucking dark academia. Okay, when you are looking up stuff like this, and this is the titling that you see: 25 vintage portraits of African women with their amazing traditional hairstyles. What the fuck does that mean? First of all, African? Like the most ethno-linguistically diverse continent on the planet? Vintage? What do you mean vintage? Vintage is a contemporary term. Vintage means like when you take something from the past and put it in today. Vintage would be if a person started wearing old, outdated hairstyles today. It's not in the past. Oh, this is a vintage medieval portrait of a guy dying from bubonic plague. No, it's just an old painting. And traditional hairstyles? What's the name of it? You think they just called it that? Like every one of the 50 trillion fucking tribes in Africa all throughout pre-modern history were all like, oh yeah, we call this our traditional hairstyle. I hate this shit. It's clickbait tag farming to maximize SEO. AI slop. It's not AI, but it is slop. Vosh, it's called Amasunzu. Holy shit, I think you might be right. Sakar, are you the least racist Sakar! The least racist person in chat. All the rest of you? You should be fucking ashamed. Now look, behold at what I was trying to show you the whole time. That's some shit. Now, with a knowledge of what the name of the hairstyle actually is, we are not grasping at straws with fucking hair sculpting and traditional black hair. Now we have a very specific understanding of what we're looking for. Yeah, basically, so my point is I should do this. I should look like this. or something type shit. Insane aura. My first thought was Japanese. You know, I actually can't fault you for that. I do feel like there's something weirdly samurai-esque about the aura to these photos. I don't think there's anything like real to that. I just feel like there's just something like a kind of like emotional austerity and coldness to it in an incredibly like badass way. You know what I mean? It's hard as fuck. It's really, really cool. How do you do this shit with your hair, man? I have no, and they were doing this shit like not with modern hair products. That's just crazy. So much effort. Shaped by a katana. Black hair is just more structurally sound. This is not all black hair. Isn't this like 4C or so? I'm sorry, I am white. Disclaimer, in case you couldn't tell by looking at me. There's like a lot of variety. There's more variety in the types of hair that black people have on average than white people, right? Like people simplify, like from the outside, it's like, oh yeah, black people have curly hair. But from the inside, it's like, well, which one of the 17 varieties of curly hair? You know? 4C is too broad. Yeah, I get that. Okay, here we go. Wait, this was Lupita at the, is this the Met Gala? This is what I was referring to when somebody rocked it at the Met Gala. I don't know if it's the Met Gala. Lupita Nyong'o? It's a little more toned down than some of the older ones, but like you can see like with the shaping. That's pretty cool. Here we go. Now that looks really good. What about this? Okay, so you sent me a Pinterest image called Nubian braids, and we're not talking about braids, I think. But then it says Ethiopian hairstyle. Now, I want to call you or Pinterest racist, but I actually don't know because I'm racist. Is the old Nubian Empire where Ethiopia is now? Or did this Pinterest author just use Nubian as a synonym for black? No? Okay, they used Nubian as a synonym for black. Like when white guys with Hawaiian shirts in their 50s will say like my Nubian princess when referring to a girlfriend they picked up 20 years their junior in Atlanta. Okay, all right, I gotcha. Top 10 urban hairstyles. White guys who cross the street when they see. Okay, wait, hold on. Listen, okay? Not to give credit where it's not due, but I would be terrified if I saw like a group of 6 or 7 men walking in formation down the street like this. I would assume they would have like swords. For sure. 100%, yeah. You can call that racial bias if you, I don't think it is. Frankly, I just think that's very, very basic, like aura recognition. If you're walking down the street and you see something that looks like a JoJo enemy, like stand user group, you cross the street. It's not even like a race thing, you know? I'd avoid them if they were white too. Thank you, my anti-racist brethren. Vosh, I wanted to ask you about a point you talked about yesterday, men not benefiting from sexism, white people not benefiting from racism. So is that different from white/male privilege? Privilege is relative. When I talk about like male or white privilege, I'm talking about it like in the like usually white or male privilege means not having to deal with the shit the disprivileged group has to deal with. It's not so much like an absolute benefit that wouldn't exist in a non-racist world. Does that make sense? You can argue that there's some like margin to this, right? Like if you assume a finite number of absolute jobs available, and white privilege allows white people to get more of them than black people, and in an anti-racist world you would have like an equal number of white and black people proportionally not getting employed. Like, you can argue there are some in a zero-sum game sense, but for the most part I think when we talk about privilege we're just talking about not get, like, it's that, like, when we talk about ending sexism, for example, we don't usually talk about treating men the way we treat women. We talk about treating women the way we treat men. Like, male privilege might be getting taken seriously in like a business call, but our solution to that wouldn't be like, well, in an anti-sexist world, you know, nobody would get taken seriously because of their sex, right? It'd just be like, okay, well, you just treat everyone normal, basically. That's the idea, I guess. Yeah. Just joined. Vosh, did you get a haircut? Looks nice. Oh, you like it? Yeah, I just got it. Wait. Yeah, you like it? I just got it done. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep it like this because they applied a lot of product at the barbers. But honestly, I've been like, I don't even want to be streaming right now. I want to be like walking around downtown. Some Fulani styles. Ooh, that looks sick. See what I mean about how like traditional African hairstyles doesn't really do it? Because this doesn't really look anything like this. Like, it's totally different techniques for structuring the hair, you know? Shut up, Rockfish. How do they even do that shit? The crazy thing to me is that they did that shit like probably in a time when they had to worry about hunting and gathering, right? Because there are parts of Africa where like widespread agricultural development wasn't really possible until relatively recent irrigation techniques. So we're talking about people who were like in between, we need to like hunt meat for food, we should do some sick shit with our hair, which is really cool to me. I guess it kind of speaks to like the idea that art isn't something we do when we're bored or in our leisure time. It's like a fundamental part of our like self-expression as a human. You know what I mean? I guess it's just like, it's cooler to think of like the desire to do something that is in a purely like objective survival sense an absolute waste of time, uh something so elaborate when you have such pressing concerns. It's like it elevates us as a species, I think, you know? Pastoral nomads, not really hunter-gatherers. I'm not speaking from, I don't know how old the tradition goes back or which parts of Africa developed like sort of agrarian styles at what points, but I'm pretty sure, didn't people who live in like the central area of like basically anything that wasn't like near the Mediterranean or down south of the like jungly part in the center, like that area, they couldn't really farm until the Sahel, they couldn't really farm until recently, right? Because the climate there sucks shit. It's like really difficult. Or am I like totally off on that? Hold on, actually, wait. Sort of. There are still hunter-gatherers in Africa. I mean, there are still hunter-gatherers in America, right? Depending on how far off the grid you want to go. No, the Sahel was green. No. I know the Sahel was green, but there's a difference between like arable land and good land for agriculture, right? Because like the Nile was sick for agriculture. The whole thing was like a floodplain, right? So you could farm like an insane amount of shit. I remember my Civ 4 games, okay? It was all floodplains around the cities. Does it even make sense to do agriculture with that much megafauna that would eat your shit? Do you think like hippos were charging in and eating the like potatoes? That would fucking suck, dude. Can you imagine? Civ 4 was the best Civ game, wasn't it? Yep. Agriculture in pre-modern Africa. Okay, in West Africa, they had farming long, long ago. But I'm thinking like in the Sahel, right? The Fertile Crescent developed agriculture first around 9000 BCE. Yeah, because there are some parts of Africa that are like, I'm pretty sure that there are some parts of Africa that are more fertile than basically anywhere else in the world. Like if you shit in a ditch, the next day you come over, there's a human plant or something. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm sorry. Um, Bantu headed out of West Africa, headed south. All right. This is a lot more complicated than I thought, which I guess is usually the case when you learn about something. Sub-Saharan Africa enjoyed the advantages of foraging for a very long time, even though West Africa was one of the first regions in the world after the Fertile Crescent and East Asia to develop agriculture, and independently at that. However, there's a huge gap of around 2,000 years before farming spread into the rest of Africa. Only from 1000 BCE to 500 CE did the people of most regions of Sub-Saharan Africa start farming, considerably later than some other regions of the world. Interesting. They had way less rivers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I guess like it's probably a mix, right? Like you probably had the loser virgins who would do the like subsistence farming while the Chad hunter-gatherers would wander around and do other stuff. Doesn't sub-Saharan Africa not have any natural disasters? Is that true? I don't think they're on a fault line. Not really a hurricane area. Tornadoes only affect white people. There are literally volcanoes there. Droughts? Okay, a drought is a natural disaster, but I don't think that's what people really mean, right? Sandstorms, there's a desert. Can I be real with you guys? I still have no idea what the fuck a sandstorm is. Like, a sandstorm still feels like a fake video game hazard to me. I know they happen. It is it's not really something I've thought about. No, I understand what a thank you. No, I wasn't confused on the mechanics of a sandstorm. Thank you guys. I appreciate you clarifying the imagined confusion. I mostly just think of like Mad Max Fury Road. Dude, LA has firestorms and you don't believe in sandstorms? Yeah, because a firestorm isn't really a thing. A firestorm is just when it's windy and fire, and then the fire gets caught in the wind. But a sandstorm is like a massive wave. It's like that one photo. You've seen the photo. The one of the sandstorm that's about to encompass the entire city. Why can't I find the... Oh, there we go. With the Doge in the center. Yeah, this is the edit with the Doge removed. I don't think this is actually the photo, but you know what I mean. It's crazy. Like, it's... Because you don't really think of wind as having, like, a front. I mean, not visually. You can't see wind, but... It's just crazy to think about. It's beautiful. I don't think I'd want to be there. I guess it's like beautiful in an abstract, kind of like I'm not there sort of way. This is called a haboob. I don't know if it's, you keep saying that. I don't know if that's true, and you might be asking me to say a slur, and I wouldn't know because I'm a white boy. Did you know volcanoes cause lightning? Also crazy to Well, lightning can be caused by any kind of like atmospheric particulate, right? So volcanic eruptions, sandstorms. like in Mad Max Fury Road, also cause lightning because you have agitation in all the particles. Does anyone else think that would be a really cool like anime character? Because there are lots of anime characters or superheroes or whatever that can control lightning. Why isn't there one that has like a big cloud of particulates that it uses to generate the lightning? Wouldn't that be really cool? Like if they control a big like hazy cloud of iron fillings or something and they don't really use it to like form swords or whatever the normal thing you would do with that is, but rather they like charge lightning from the sky and blast people. Gara makes lightning. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's fair. Did you know East Africa is splitting in two? Fucking white people. The continent is slowly splitting apart, creating a new ocean. White people always get what they want, man. Wasn't there a European, like, post-Renaissance geoengineer a little while ago who was like, we should create a Mediterranean Sea inside of Africa? We should, like, flood the center of North Africa and turn it into a new sea? With nukes, no less. That's not based. Leave Africa alone. Isn't that what you want to do to Australia? Yeah, and somebody emailed me explaining why it'd be a bad idea, but they did it after I warned them that I don't read emails that thoroughly. Um, so I don't care. I want it to happen. I don't really care. Oh, hey, speaking of Australia, hold on, pivoting into my job. Australia swung left. Actually, it was kind of a landslide. I think that in the first preference voting, it was relatively close. We're talking like 52-48 close in like percentage-wise. But in terms of the seats won, the Labour Party is absolutely decimating the Liberal National Coalition. Dutton's getting Duttoned. No, it wasn't close. 56-44. Really? Oh, okay. 56-44 percentage-wise in the first preference vote? God damn. Oh, no, see here. Figures for nationwide vote, percentage of first preference vote per party. But this is the first preference vote. So this is before you do the filtering out of the others. Peter Dutton lost his seat, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Very much like Pierre Poilievre, the head of the Conservative Party, lost his own seat. It's actually a blowout. I mean, here, this was the House of Reps, the Parliament, prior to the election, where you can see that Labour holds the slimmest possible majority, right here. And this is the seat so far afterwards. So while we still have like 20 seats left to be counted, the Labour Party is already like over a dozen seats into the majority. It's actually a pretty massive blowout. Yeah, Trump is saving the world. It's not just Trump. A lot of it's other issues, labor related, housing crisis, you know, it's a lot of stuff, but Trump is definitely a big part of it. We hate America was a big part. Okay, you realize Australia doesn't hate America, right? You realize that Australia is literally the most American country that isn't America, right? Have you been to Australia? Have you been to America if you live in Australia? I know what Australia is like. I've been to Australia. You're all Americans. You're literally like you're the exact same like post-British rowdy, rootin' tootin', pointin' shootin', cowboys, cowboy hat, yeehaw, it's hot out here, fuck the local indigenous population, white boys out in the beaten southwestern sun ass motherfuckers that we are. Australia is like Florida if California had a baby. Australia is if like Florida and New Mexico had a baby. You have an independent spirit and you like cowboy hats, okay? Bullshit, Australia is way more paternalistic. Look at COVID. That's actually a fair point. Despite your very independent spirited population, your country, your government is very nanny state. Anyone else remember, like, because I heard about this all the time growing up because it was what people got mad about before the culture war, how Australia would censor, like, every game? Like, there were games like Manhunt that got censored or whatever, but it wasn't just Manhunt. It was like, oh, there's blood in that game? Fuck you. They banned guns. Which is crazy, because, like, how do you guys fight off the spiders? Does Dutton look like a thumb person to you? Dutton looks like fucking RuPaul. Somebody, I think Thana, said Dutton looks like a post-surgery burn victim. And that's very mean, but true. He's just too smooth. Two-thirds of Australians say the United States cannot be trusted as a security ally. It's actually a very interesting. Okay, right. So think about it this way, folks. In terms of like geopolitics and our relationship to other countries, okay? If we turn our back on Canada, who do they go to? Answer's obvious, right? The European Union. The European Union's close by. It's a reliable trading partner. They have pre-existing relationships. Obviously, China's an option as well, but, you know, Canada and the EU have already strengthened ties. But Australia and China have very strong trading connections. How could they not, right? You're right there. They're literally right there. So it seems like Australia is more primed than any other Western country to break with the Western trading bloc, you know? The EU is already doing it with China to an extent, but Australia has the opportunity to do even more. Who else can Australia trade with? It's difficult to trade with the EU for Australia. It's expensive. China's right there. They can trade with China more easily than any other Western country. They don't trust each other, though. It's just convenience. Well, Australia doesn't trust us anymore, nor should they. Listen, if I was Australia, and I mean this, I would trust China way the hell more in America, okay? Seriously, there is no country on earth more untrustworthy than the United States right now. Like Russia and Israel. And we're all friends with each other. Oh, we saw Tempe, yeah. Trump definitely had an effect on the outcome of this election. Man, look at this, dude. Question. Can Australia continue to rely on the United States for defense and national security? In June 2024, back when Biden was president, only 61% of Australians voted affirmative for America, and the answer was yes, no one president substantially affects relations. Isn't that a little bit presumptive? Like the question just asks, can we rely on America? But the yes answer says essentially, yeah, Trump won't happen again. Yeah, Trump wasn't that big of a deal. This has been cooking for a long time. Hmm. Even coalition supporters say this. 56% of coalition supporters. Man. That was the argument the US used to placate all of its allies after the first administration? Yeah, but it was total fucking bullshit. How are you going to reassure the rest of the world that it won't happen again when Trump was allowed to continue walking around a free man after the fucking insurrection attempt? Jesus Christ! 80 years of work all undone by Trump. Well, just keep in mind, man, he's the front man, but the failings that we're seeing in this system are widespread, institutional, and from the ground up, a product of liberalism failing to meet its own standards, you know? As an Australian, I really miss Biden. As an American, I say, odd the fuck up, mate. It's a new world order, okay? Arm the missiles and fire them at DC. Now. There's no going back to the old world. How concerned are you that Trump's policies will make Australia worse off? And only 13% of the population says unconcerned or not concerned at all. Jesus. 71% is some version of concern. 16% neither. Look at the Made in Australia plan now. Yeah, I'd love to look at this boring 6-page PDF from a government. How many times did you link that? I'm just trying to find out how many years I should ban you for. Okay, you only linked it twice. You're spared. Does Australia even trade that much with the USA? I think one of the problems with US-Australian trade is that one of Australia's big exports is like meat products, but America already has a ton of animal agriculture, right? So Australia does trade a lot with China, like they export a lot to China. But I think that there's kind of like an overlap in our exports between America and Australia, which is another argument to the idea that we're the same country, basically. Many minerals? Ah, that's true. That's true as well. Yeah. Biggest export is Fox News. How based would it be if the Labour Party declared Sky News and all other Murdoch-owned Australian news companies as enemy media, or foreign media, had them register as foreign agents and prioritized like domestic media? They tried. They should try harder. Thank you, Tiramatsi. We can't. Murdoch is domestic. Oh, who cares? Whatever, man. Anyway, let's take a look at a victory speech, you know? Listen, I believe in internationalism, all right? I celebrate every Western ally that every brick in the wall, you know? Every brick in the wall.
Let's bring you some breaking news just into us from Australia now. The state broadcaster ABC News have been reporting that the incumbent Labour Party have certainly won power in a nationwide federal election. This means that the incumbent Labour Party with the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will be staying in power. That news just into us from ABC.
Hold on. I wanted the victory speech. I thought this video was that for some reason, possibly because I'm stupid and have a small brain.
This next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story.
How well did the party that we wanted to win do? I know not everyone comes into the stream at the same time, but the title says Australia shifts left. They did well. The Australian Labour Party is winning in a blowout. We're still finding out how much of a blowout it was, but it was a blowout. It's a major shift. which is crazy considering the fact that 5 months ago the polling indicated it would be a liberal national majority, or at the very least that it would shift in their direction. I'm not as excited about Albanese as I am for Mark Carney, because Albanese is a politician, Mark Carney's a banker, which it's crazy that I would trust a banker, I guess, but I think he's just kind of like a number autist. You know, Albanese is already, he's the incumbent, so I don't know how much this is going to signal change. Is Labour like UK Labour, or is it good? I think the vibe that I got from looking it up and also from chat, which is the same thing to me, is that he's the Australian Labour Party is far better than the UK Labour Party and a little bit better than the Dems, but not anywhere near as good as they could be. Albanese? Albanese? That's his name? Holy low-rise pants. Yeah, let's focus on the thing that matters most, folks, okay? A proper silhouette, okay? The whole point of the lapels of a suit they're meant to form a harmonious diamond, okay? Where the bottom of the diamond is the point where the buttons meet on the jacket, and the top of the diamond is where your tie is tied, the knot of the tie, and then you have like a diamond that frames your face perfectly, okay? And it's all fucking ruined when you wear a dress shirt with no tie, 2, low-rise pants, okay? Also, low-rise pants feminize your silhouette, which might be fine for some of you, but I think a lot of you probably aren't intending to do that. High-rise pants make your shoulders look broader, your frame look wider. They do more to frame your body. I'm just saying, man. Sorry, I'm done. See, like, at least he's wearing a damn suit and tie. Look, do you see how it frames the face? The tie occupies a necessary slot in the system. When you're wearing a business shirt and business suit, or a dress shirt and a business suit together, the tie helps frame the face. It's like a missing spot otherwise. I'm not saying you can't wear casual shirts without a tie. I do all the time. But for a suit, you know? I'm done. And I'm not mad.
My fellow Australians.
Yep, that's an Australian accent.
Serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth.
Well, I think that's cute.
And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian
What does the
values.
population pyramid look like
For fairness,
Australia?
Aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians. And
Bosch doesn't know what he meant by elders. Didn't Australia pass a law, or like they're in the process, or like there's something about their constitution that recognizes their indigenous people? Does elder not refer to them? It's like the like acknowledgement of the country. It does. It got voted down. I remember that. Yeah. Australia has a complicated relationship with its indigenous people. I don't mean complicated in the sense of like it's tit for tat or it's morally complicated. It's pretty obvious who the bastards are. I mean, it's complicated in terms of like the nature of the dynamic now.
And everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government.
I really, really hope they're able to build on this. Unfortunately, it's much like Mark Carney, where you have been given a temporary, and let's be real here, artificial boost in popularity because people are scared of Trump, right? Like, that's a huge factor in this. So we have to keep that in mind moving forward. You can cement it by doing good. Like, you can cement it by doing a good job. You have to do a good job. Have there been any, like, real promising endeavors this guy embarked on in his first 3-year term as prime minister? Has he mostly been like a just don't let things get worse kind of guy? Yes, no. That's confusing. Yes, no, Vosh. That's great. You're very good at communicating in this format. Great renewable stuff. He didn't disappear swimming. That's a plus. You asked multiple questions, lol. I should ban you. I mean, you'd think, if anything, that Australia would be set up to be one of the renewable energy capitals of the world, because the country is like the sunniest in the world, basically, or one of them. And it has huge tracts of unusable sunny land. And it's right next to China, the global center of solar panel development, right? You'd think they could work something out on that. Mining lobby's too powerful. Okay, well, they gotta, like, stop that then. We're committing global suicide because of the fucking coal industry, dude. For fuck's sake, look at the future made in Australia plan. It's exactly that. Hold on one second. I think... Wow, you've been chatting a lot today, new chatter. A lot of ats. A lot of ats in the chat. Talking to a lot of people. Not just me, though. Not just me. You can see you're very fired up about the results of this election. You think you might be fired up enough to give me something, you know, like sort of a descriptive blurb? Like you could say something, yeah, the Future for Australia plan describes this, rather than, hey, that's why you should have read that 6-page PDF. Aren't you Australians supposed to be socially competent? Isn't that, like, you're one of the most revered group of tourists around the world because you're considered to be nice. You know, you're not really representing your nation very well in that respect. I just watched the Friendly Geordies vid on it. It makes it sound exciting. Okay. Sounds nice.
I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course,
and I said,
conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No.
And I said,
no.
Stupid cunt, you lost your own seat.
Is we treat people with respect. I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kirralie and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect.
I'm not crazy about him talking about treating people with respect. It is worth keeping in mind that in other liberal democracies, the opposition Conservative Party is not as bad as ours. Like, our Conservative Party took over the global information distribution network via social media and attempted an insurrection and is currently like arresting judges, you know, who rule against them and signing executive orders to break legal, you know, like law companies that worked against them during the, you know, 2020 election challenge or whatever. It's a very different environment. So I can understand a bit more of a deference towards civility. Dutton was the worst element in the Liberal Party, very racist. Yeah, but Dutton's not as bad as the GOP. Like, let's be clear. He would, listen, okay? Being racist is a prerequisite to being a Republican, okay? That gets you in the door. That's not even close to being enough anymore.
What we have in common, because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much.
His ass is saying nothing, and I love it. Does anyone else feel... You never really know how much you miss banal woke platitudes until you stop getting them in the country, right? Like the Democrats in the lead up to the election stopped talking about trans people, stopped talking about culture war issues. Kamala Harris just grits her teeth and says, yep, we're just gonna govern. We're gonna do our best to govern and move forward. And then you see, you know, Mark Carney or Albanese, and they're like, you know, we all belong here. We're all Canadians / Australians. It's like, damn, it was kind of cool when politicians said stuff like that. It was kind, you know, Hitler capitalism got me missing rainbow capitalism a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Turns out that having cops disingenuously marching with pride was in fact better than you know, DOJ appointed FBI special task force cops, you know, beating up people at pride. I don't know, it really makes you reflect
that in these uncertain times the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work, Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination.
He's got little jokes. He seems like a nice guy.
Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially.
Someone in chat said that.
But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills.
I honestly don't care if it makes me libbed up. I'm just happy seeing the global right wing lose. Well, we'll see how things progress with regard to the global right wing. But I don't think it makes you libbed up. It's more like, and I've always said this, the battle for socialists is against liberalism. Like, the arguments against fascism are liberal ones. The reasons fascism fails aren't because the means of production aren't controlled by the proletariat. The reasons fascism fail is because they're irrationalist and anti-humanity, anti-human rights, anti-social liberalism. Liberalism is the sort of natural counter-thesis to fascism. And then liberalism has its internal contradictions, right? It has its own problems. And those, you know, sort of gestate and eventually break down and form fascism. It's like a it's the cycle, you know? But socialists make their best arguments against liberals. The socialist arguments kind of fall flat against fascists because they're just not the biggest problem, right? Like, a socialist would be like, well, like, what are the socialist arguments against Nazi Germany? Ones that only refer to the socialist mode of critique. Well, the proletariat of Germany are being exploited by the ruthless privatization of industry, by the robber barons. I mean, yeah, that's an issue, but I'm going to be honest with you. The proletariat of Germany are, you know, getting real fired up about those gas chambers. I don't know how sympathetic I feel towards them, right? That's not to say socialists don't fight against fascists. They do. It's that when people are experiencing the social consequences of fascism, they don't usually turn to socialism. They turn to liberalism, right? If socialists offer a better critique or offer a better, like, political response, it's usually because they supplement their socialist critique with a socially liberal one, right? Like, socialists are often socially liberal. Not always, but often. So the criticism socialists make of Nazi Germany is the fact usually that they're, you know, Nazis doing a genocide and a bunch of other things, not so much the whole internal contradictions of capitalism thing. When socialists are critiquing liberals, you have the ability to focus the argument. Does that make sense? I guess what I'm saying is, like, when the world is facing pressure from fascists, a lot of people will hear the socialist critique and go, well, the liberals are critiquing more or less the same things, and their proposed changes to society feel more familiar and less disruptive. So why wouldn't I go with those? Anyway, it's just about getting things back to the proper, you know, dialectic.
Truly, there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia.
But you say libs need to become left, meaning to counter Republicans. Do you mean become social libs? Well, no, I mean that, like, there are a variety of things that liberals in America are failing on when it comes to countering fascism, but it's usually not like the liberal critique in an intellectual sense of fascism. It's more the way they behave is kind of a reflection of the cultural stagnation of liberalism. Or in other words, liberalism progresses to a point where it devolves into fascism, which is what we're seeing right now. That's the socialist critique against liberalism. However, unfortunately, it's too late. It already decayed into fascism. That already happened, you know? Like, those were salient critiques, like 8 years ago, when Hillary, or not 8, sorry, 9 now, when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. But now that Trump's won a second time, it seems like we're not in the critique liberals for falling to fascism bit. We're more in the, like, well, holy shit, we're in the fascism bit. Does that make sense? But socialists can only take power during the crisis of capitalism. No, no, no. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think that the socialist critique is at its best, or potentially at its best, before the crisis, because the crisis is when liberals have an easier excuse to defer to liberalism, because Hillary Clinton, as bad as she is, would have been so much better than Trump. It really depends on what priorities the liberals have. If you've been successful in radicalizing liberals, you can get them to understand the broader game, why liberalism decayed into fascism. But if you're talking to like lumpenproles, right? If you're talking to the average American will be like, what, you want to do like communism because Trump won? Wouldn't have just been better if Kamala Harris won? And then you're like, no, Kamala Harris lost because liberalism's incapable of meaningfully addressing the problems within itself. That's why it decayed into fascism. And they would be like, wait, I don't get it. So the reason Kamala Harris lost to Trump is because Kamala Harris was a liberal? Are you saying she should have been a fascist? And you're like, no, she should have been leftist. And then they're like, but leftists are less popular than Kamala Harris. And you're like, yes, because the prevailing, the dominant liberal social ideological superstructure dispositioned people against that without individual socialist leaning policies pull very well, but there's a greater economic incentive for people to push the voters towards either liberals or fascists because they want to preserve the pre-existing modalities of capitalism. And then they're like, can you please get off my lawn? You're scaring my children when you scream at me like that. It's a difficult dynamic. So what you're saying is American liberals are failing to meet the ideals of liberalism? Well, all liberals will eventually fail to meet the ideas of liberalism, because part of being a liberal is being a capitalist, unfortunately. And capitalism, you know, places disproportionate power in the hands of a smaller class of people who have different interests to the majority class, and that smaller class of people will use their enormously disproportionate power to influence societies in ways that benefit them, and that ends up counteracting the socially liberal, because social liberalism is good, right? Like, I like things like progressivism. That's a socially liberal, right? Like, that's, you know, but it's fallen apart, and we know why. This is what we've seen over the past 10 or so years has been the clearest cut, like, affirmation of Marxist material or historical materialism, right? It's the clearest thing in the world, dude. In terms of like why people act the way they do and what happened, we have a society where there are problems economically in terms of wealth being extracted from the majority of the population into the wealthy. It causes inequality, it causes resentment, it causes discontent, and then you have things like Fox News and conservative talk radio convincing half the population that the reason they're experiencing all these deleterious social effects and economic effects is because of immigrants and black people and racism against white people and anti-Christian bias and blah blah blah. And then, like, it's all from the top down. It's all money flowing downwards to convince hundreds of millions of people that their lives are being made worse due to shit that's not affecting them at all, like fucking trans people in bathrooms. You've got 100 million Americans who genuinely think that something like that what's wrong with this country is like pronouns or something. What the fuck? That doesn't come from nowhere. When you talk about like the disposition of the average Democrat will say stuff like, I want better education, you know, I want better social security, I want better systems. All of these are valid points. And then you go to the average conservative and they're on the fucking moon. They're insane. Why? Because they were bought. Their minds were bought. Their minds were for sale and they were purchased. And all of this is because the wealthy want to displace the antipathy of the conservatives onto something other than their own acquisition of wealth, right? Oh, it's not the 1% stealing money or whatever. It's not the excess or surplus labor of the country being siphoned off and placed in offshore accounts and tax havens. It's immigrants, it's trans people, whatever else, right? So unfortunately, the dynamic does narrow to liberal versus conservative, but in reality, it's the cycle of liberalism that put us in this dynamic to begin with. Modern day conservatism could never have even existed in an environment where wealthy people did not have the ability to buy votes. It's just important to understand that the median Democrat in America today could have existed in almost any political environment because a lot of their concerns are driven by a rational understanding of the way the world works. I'm not saying they're very politically educated. I'm saying that it makes sense to live in this world and say stuff like, I think that we should have better education. I want people to be happy. I want good healthcare. These are rational. It indicates you look at the world, you see what's happening in the world, you learn from it, and then you have preferences and beliefs that stem from it, right? Like that's a rational relationship with the world. The shit the right wing cares about is entirely artificial and could not have existed without these exigent class-based pressures placed on them. It's always been like that too. The anti-immigrant sentiment back in the 1800s, the idea that Chinese people were stealing work because they were coming to work on the railroads over in the West Coast, like all of these, you know, it is over and over and over and over again. It's the same goddamn thing. It's wealthy people displacing anti-wealthy sort of antagonism onto other groups of people. I mean, it goes back before capitalism, right? In the Holy Roman Empire, you have like 500 little lords and fiefdoms and so on, but the peasants of one little group and the peasants of another little group are basically the exact same people, right? The peasants, during the 100-Year War, the peasants in France and the peasants in England are basically the same people. They live the same lives. They're concerned about the same things. They're both being oppressed by their monarchies. They have the same enemy. But they fight against each other because nationalism makes it easy to displace people's antipathy towards others. Oh, the reason your life is shit and you have 18 children and 13 of them die by the time they're 5 is because of, like, I don't know, the French or something. It's because of the goddamn papal, Norman armies from the south or whatever. Oh, yeah, the reason your life fucking sucks? Yeah, it's because of the goddamn Anglos up on the island or whatever. You know, right? You get me. Sorry, why did I get in this rant? I don't know. Type shit.
This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us. Because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value...
Yeah, the point that I was trying to make was that you should be happy when liberals win against fascists because liberals are the people that we should be focused on critiquing. Socialism gets blurred in the background in a haze of anti-fascist arguments when the fascists are the ones in power. Also, the fascists tend to kill us first, which is bad for our health. When liberals are in power, we have the opportunity to deliver more incisive critiques. Again, I think it's very meaningful that Bernie Sanders got closest to the presidency after 8 years of Obama, not after 4 years of Trump. I've been making that argument for a long time, and I still believe it.
Every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work. Fair wages.
Does it even matter, though? They don't listen to us. They'd rather die than listen to us. If by they you mean liberal politicians, then yeah, sure, they don't really listen to us. But it's not about liberal politicians. It's about the broader population. Again, keep in mind, like, I know a lot of you are 5 years old or whatever, but like before Bernie Sanders, leftism in America basically did not exist. There was like a small group of hardcore fucking like communist book group types who would get together and like you know, talk about how Marx was right all along. But the idea of like a broader populist leftist movement, Bernie Sanders basically kickstarted that. The fact that he was able to do this in spite of the obvious antipathy and opposition from the Democratic mainstream is an indication that it is in fact possible to shift massive portions of the population with the right rhetoric, with the right soapbox, with the right opportunity. And he did. You know? So even if the Democratic politicians don't listen, it's not really about, you know, like convincing them, I guess, or they can be pushed leftward to an extent. Bernie Sanders did shift the Overton window left within the Democratic primaries in 2016, 2020. Every other candidate wanted to sound like him because they saw how popular he was. But no, that is the environment where we are most effective. Now, in this environment, in this political environment, we have a unique dynamic here because our liberals, the Democratic Party, is uniquely bad. Most liberal parties in most of the world are not this bad. The Democrats aren't just liberals. They're not even just neoliberals. They are uniquely dickless neoliberals. Like they are astonishingly ineffective at doing what they do. So the circumstances are a bit different here. The dynamic is a little bit different in the sense that we might be able to push and be the louder voice just because the liberals are that bad at being a voice at all. Maybe that's to our benefit. Maybe it's not. I don't really know, man. History's complicated. But generally speaking, I guess I'll put it this way, okay? The French anti-Nazi resistance during World War II was composed of both leftists and liberals, but from a historical lens, we view them the same. Why? Because anti-fascism was the overriding characteristic, you know? I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. It's good to form a united front. But tell me, after Vichy France was defeated, did they become socialist or liberal? Exactly.
Fair wages for their work and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally.
Yippee!
Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a...
That was one of the big promises to the youth, right? The percentage of your student debt cut. It's a pretty big one. I wonder if the student debt cancellation in America would have been more successful if it had been framed as a percentage cut. If the rhetoric hadn't been like cut the debt to nothing, but rather like these debts are insanely overinflated. It's ridiculous how much college costs have grown. You know, if we cut all of them by like 50% or something, which would make a meaningful difference for a lot of people. Yeah. I don't know.
Challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people. Because
I understand your point. Then how come you talk about people like Buttigieg as a bad point in 2028? Because I think that you're actually bringing up a good point, and I think it's kind of the question of like when you've gone too far. And when I say I want to have a liberal to critique, what I mean is that I want to face the sort of the contradictions of this system and be offered the opportunity to challenge them directly, rather than having to fight stupid, obvious battles, like the right wing saying like, well, should we fluoridate our water? Should vaccines be legal? Like, these are retard topics for retard people, right? Like this, it's like subhumanly stupid. It's ridiculous that a person of, that not mine, but of average intelligence should have to denigrate themselves by like pretending these are serious issues. The problem with Buttigieg is that I think all of these topics of conversation would still be the front line if he was in charge, because he couldn't even bring the national discourse past fascism. Like, he wouldn't be able to address the underlying problems well enough to even advance the dynamic beyond where we're at currently. Like, at this point, we're already in the pit, right? Like, we're not on the precipice of going into the pit. If Buttigieg was one of the candidates back in like 2020 or 2024, well, he wasn't. You know what I mean? Fuck you. If he was like in 2024, if he was like running like Biden didn't run again and Kamala Harris didn't run or whatever, and Buttigieg was in the primary and Buttigieg was the front runner, I would advocate voting for Buttigieg if he was the guy who won the primary, right? Even if I don't like him. But we're already in the pit. I guess what I'm saying is that there's a difference between my standards for what a liberal needs to be to frame the dynamic properly when we're not in the pit and when we are in the pit. And now that we are in the pit, I don't think Buttigieg would even be able to claw us up. I think he would make it worse, because he would manage to, through his competence as a leader, which I'm sure he's got, he would be able to forestall the worst consequences of what the right is doing to this country, but he wouldn't advance us beyond that. It would be like a slow, grinding death. You know what I mean? It would, and by the way, after Buttigieg, get ready for your another Republican, okay? 100%. There is no fucking way Buttigieg would meaningfully shift like the fate of this country, like pull it around, you know? At this point, unfortunately, the only way we're getting out of this pit is with like Roosevelt style liberalism, in which point you might see me being a little bit more enthusiastic. And we've never really been in this place before, with our country being run by like obvious traitors and insurrectionists, so it's gonna be like mass arrests as well. I'm not trying to be edgy when I say that. Like, they're all committing crimes every day, like literally every day in the White House, the cabinet, Trump himself, like all of them, just constantly rolling in criminality. All of them. Like the only way out from this, it needs to be like a massive social shift, which Buttigieg simply cannot embody himself. He's not capable of it. He doesn't represent that. I'll support Mark Carney in Canada because they weren't in the pit, right? If they were in the pit, I wouldn't support Mark Carney necessarily, because, and that I feel like he would just prolong. Does that make any sense? The pit is kind of a new thing. You know what I mean? This is the first time that the West has had this like whole pit phenomena going on. It's certainly in America. It's a kind of new. I'm still, I don't have like a concrete worked out theory on this or anything. I don't have like a chart or whatever. But here in the States, like you understand what I mean when I say that Buttigieg just would not fix this, right? You get what I mean? Like, if Buttigieg got in charge, it would be like 4 years of Republican obstructionism, nothing getting done. Buttigieg coming out and occasionally making speeches about how he successfully lowered gas prices by 0.08% and how, like, these marginal economic benefits happen, but nothing changes socially. Every single day, social media gets more and more captured by the right. It becomes more unpopular to be a Democrat because the Democrats become even more associated with banal status quoism than they already are. And then 4 years, then the Republicans win in a landslide because everyone's sick of Democrats and at least Republicans are good at lying. And then we're in the pit like again, but worse. And it takes even longer to get out this time. That's the idea. So he would just be Joe Biden? Yeah, basically. But don't we all agree that Joe Biden ended up being a net negative for the country? Because if Donald Trump had just become president in 2020, he wouldn't have been anywhere near this fucking supercharged. He would have had a cabinet full of like hesitant neoconservatives who were terrified of what he represented and his administration. But after Jan 6, the only people willing to fuck with Trump anymore and work with him in his cabinet are hardcore loyalists. He had time to reconsolidate. He had time to rebuild. If Donald Trump won the presidency back in 2020, don't get me wrong, it would have been bad. But a Democrat would have won in 2024, and I don't think they would have been able to do what they're doing right now. I think that he needed those 4 years to reconsolidate. I don't know. He had prep time. And what did he do with the prep time? Project 2025. A hardcore army of loyalists. He built an army of people. Again, remember that after the 2020 election, after January 6th, he was not that popular. Even Republicans were disgusted with what he did. It took him 4 years of nonstop, unobstructed campaigning and propagandizing to build back an army of people more loyal than ever before. There are no fair weather Trump supporters anymore. They're all lunatic cultists, no matter what they say. Also, yeah, Biden losing in 2020 might have further emboldened the critique against Democrats that centrism is no longer acceptable in this era. You run Hillary Clinton, she loses to Trump. You run Joe Biden, he loses to Trump. The vice president to fucking Obama and the wife of Clinton. You're running people associated with two extremely popular two-term Democratic presidents, and they both lost. It's time for a new voice, a new vision. But there's no doubt the Democrats were willing to accept Biden running again in 2024, before he dropped out, that is, in large part because they thought that Biden's popularity was unique and specific to him because of COVID. Because Biden did so well. He got so many votes in 2020 because people were scared of COVID. And now they think like, oh yeah, only Joe Biden could have done that well. Damn, man. Trump really should have won in 2020. I don't know.
We will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card...
Was that? Medicare card?
This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy.
My understanding of Australian healthcare is that it kind of sucks, to be honest. Or like maybe dental's not covered. I don't really know. It's not as good as what the NHS was 10 years ago.
Her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. If you excuse me...
Are we past the general
singling
statements
out
of the speech, or does anyone who's watched this know that he makes some more interesting statements down the line? Not to say I'm disinterested or anything, just that it's an hour and a half into stream. He does, kinda? All right, well then I'm leaving you with him because I've got to pee.
one of them who ran for a third time.
No, that's
in
about it.
Dixon.
He just thanks his team. Okay, that's what I thought. This feels like the team thanking bit at the end, okay? Look, I'm happy for Australia, and I'm happy for their future, and I'm looking forward to see where they go with this new public mandate. And that's a real public mandate, by the way. That's not a fake one. You know? Pretty overwhelming victory there. You get me. Let me pee. All right. We knew it was probable Trump was doing insider trading, but Fox News proved it accidentally. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fox reporter says the Trump White House is giving Wall Street executives info on tariff negotiations. I guess it seems a little less interesting to cover stuff like this when you know for an absolute 100% guaranteed fact that nothing will be done about it. Like there's literally no chance of anything happening about it. Do they just not care anymore? Why should they? I mean, the law is like not applicable. We're worried about judges being sent to the gulag. White-collar crime seems quaint. Yep. Also, the Dems, as they are, wouldn't prosecute them for this in the future. Yeah, it's worth noting that even if Biden was still the president, they still probably wouldn't do anything about this if it was Republicans found to be doing insider trading. Have you seen the Louise Theroux West Bank documentary? It's insane. What a fascinating question. How many times have I been subjected to it this stream? Let's find out together, chat. Only 3. But 3 in relatively quick succession. You know, I watched... I can't say I've watched the documentary. I've watched your chat messages scroll by, much to my irritation every time you add another one to the pile. I don't need to watch it, okay? When I'm done with stream, I want to continue getting my asshole reamed by the Dawi in my Total War Warhammer 3 Immortal Empire's legendary Archeon the Everchosen campaign, okay? I don't want to... basically what I'm saying is that my life is hard enough. struggling against the dwarves. It's the ultimate campaign victory, a grudge too far. The chat spammer situation is insane. The fucking Thunderers situation is insane. Jesus Christ, they melt even the Chosen. Even the Chosen with the shields, man. What are they doing? That Israeli settler woman literally admits to war crimes, as far as I can tell. Dog, go find any message on Twitter typed in Hebrew and press hit translate, and there's a 1 in 3 chance that you're going to find something that's an admission to a war crime. Like, it's not. Listen. I fully support the documentary and what it says and what it does. The clips that I've seen have been insane. This isn't disinterest in the documentary. It's just that, you know, I know. Yeah, lost pages of Mein Kampf everywhere. But I've heard it's a great documentary, and I fully support you guys watching it. They didn't get to this yesterday. Trump's health agency urges the therapy for transgender youth, not broader gender-affirming healthcare. That's great. Conversion therapy. Let's go. 409-page Health and Human Services report. I'm not reading that shit. That report is crazy. It's like 90% posts from Twitter. Well, this is a summary. This is 9 pages. The Gender Dysphoria Report. What about the 409-page report? Is this just... Why is it 9 pages and not 409 pages? Full report. I'm stupid. I can't read. Yep, that looks like 409 pages. Phew. Phew. You don't need to read it. Check out Aaron Reed's thread in it. I respect the hell out of Aaron Reed, but reading Aaron Reed's thread on it would imply that I think there's anything in here to dissect. I've spent literally my entire career talking about this. Transphobes have stopped even making arguments. The position transphobes have had about trans people is and always has been that they're, you know, sick degenerates and abominations to God. That is and always has been their position. And I've always said that. And in the meantime, I have humored the topic by entertaining the pseudoscientific, you know, bullshit arguments that they pretend to believe in. And they've stopped inventing new arguments. They haven't come up with any new ones, folks. You can prove their arguments wrong. It doesn't matter. The real argument, yeah, is that they hate you and they're disgusted by you. And that's not something you're going to be able to convince people out of. At least not with a rational dissection of the positions they claim to have, you know? They do hate you. Look at that, man. States restricting healthcare bathroom use and sports participation for transgender youth. And the this is kind of a silly choice of colors, don't you think? Brown, yellow, orange, and purple? Mauve? Lavender? It's a strange, I feel like you could distinguish some of these colors a little bit better. But all these brown ones here, restrictions, orange is restrictions not in effect. Why the fuck are the states placed the way they are? Why is... Why is Arkansas here? Why is Oklahoma here? Well, this is a horrible map. Why do they make it like this? Why couldn't they just have the states be the state shape? What the hell? Oklahoma's in the... I didn't even notice that at first. This is a very bad map. Okay. DC is in the bottom right. It's Orwellian. It is designed to confuse and disorient, Minter added, referring no doubt to the AP News reports chart up here. What? Major medical groups did not contribute. The administration won't say who did. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't really change anything, to be honest. The validity of trans people isn't up to governments to decide. It's not really their purview. Obviously, the legal restrictions matter a lot, but socially, I just don't know how much they're going to be able to, like, meaningfully push back on this. I don't know. Like, Russia is so explicitly anti-queer in their government, but there are so many queer Russian people online. All these always online furries and hackers and archivists and everything, and all of them are gay, trans, cat girls, or whatever the fuck, you know, it's an annoying combination of descriptors, which I support politically, but still find, you know, kind of personally a little overly twee. They're all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't think that you can... The only way, like, the goal against trans people is eliminationist. I just don't think this administration is capable of the widespread cultural control that would be necessary to do that. Like, the reason Russia has a pretty prominent queer presence, at least online, and Iran doesn't, is because Iran is a totalitarian theocracy run by the Islamic morality police, right? Like, they needed to go so far in order to crack down on what they wanted to prohibit. In most countries, it's just not that doable. In most countries that are like violently homophobic, you usually rely on the disposition of the general population, right? So in a place like Uganda, for example, like they have the very homophobic law, they're able to get some headway with that in terms of the extermination of their homosexual population, because the average Ugandan is probably not that queer positive, I'm gonna guess. Just pardon my Orientalist mindset on this. I might be othering people a little bit, but I'm just gonna guess the average Ugandan ain't up with the, you know, the RuPaul. But in Russia, they came far enough. And in America, America is literally like the global hub of queer culture. It is, by the way. If you want to argue that, you can, but it definitely 100% is. American gay culture, whether it be more corporate stuff out of Hollywood or whether it be like the insane over-prominence of queer people in places like Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, other cities that have like really, really big queer populations, we're like a hub. You know? Counterpoint Eurovision. That's just what straight people look like in European countries. I understand the confusion, though. What about Montreal? I'm not saying that Canada's bad about it. I'm just saying that America's definitely like the lighthouse on the hill. So how do you rewrite that level of cultural acceptance? And again, I'm not saying that there aren't parts in of America where being openly gay or trans won't get you like hate crimes. Those are for sure real. But like, we're operating on a scale here. We're grading on a curve. You know? The gayest city on earth is Berlin, though. Maybe, but when I think of Berlin gay, I think of gay. Like cis white male gay. That could be a bias on my part, though. To be fair, I think of LA the same way. I'm not really sure. Nah, they just like to be naked. Who doesn't? Anyway, yeah. I just don't think you can. Do you understand what I'm talking about here? The level of top-down authoritarianism that would be required in order to meaningfully force gay and trans people back into the closet would be so great that the administration couldn't possibly do it, and it would upset like every American. Americans in general, left-leaning, right-leaning, all but the most Hitlerite, would not want the American equivalent of Islamic morality police roaming around every city. America wouldn't be okay with like $50 trillion being spent every year funding like the most right-wing like brown shirt police forces going door to door asking if you put anything up your butt lately. It's just not, we're not there. So in the absence of something like that, you have to rely on like widespread cultural antagonism, and I just don't think we have enough of that to be meaningfully eliminationist. Not in most of the country. But keep in mind, man, even in Florida, where the Floridian government is insanely Hitlerite, right? Like really, really, really bad. Orlando and Miami are still like thriving hubs of queer culture, you know? It's just pretty difficult to undo. You're talking about, for America at least, hundreds of millions of people who have grown up understanding gay people, and to an extent trans people, to just be a matter of fact, right? It's not even considered a political issue for a lot of people of my generation. I was an adult when Obergefell was ruled, but growing up in California, and more importantly, living in a city, I was around gay people like my whole life. Just they were a part of life, and that was that. I just didn't commit much thought to it until I realized I liked dick, at which point I was like, oh, that's what they were on about. You get me, type shit. It's just I don't know. It's a losing war. Basically what I'm saying is that trans people will be around to piss on Trump's grave. How do trans people in Russia survive? I mean, everyone's got their strategy, I assume, but like the way in Russia, for the most part, they mandate this crackdown on queer people is through occasional, very public police crackdowns on certain people or institutions, but generally just fostering widespread antipathy, homophobia, and transphobia. But they don't do the whole Islamic morality police thing, which means that they don't really have the resources. Also, Russia just couldn't afford to do that. They don't have the resources to really mandate it. So people stay in the closet publicly, but privately in their friend circles and online, they can still be homos. But the problem is that the internet is real life now, right? If you're in the closet in your day-to-day life, but you're gay online, we have a term for that. It's called boycotting. And a lot of people do it, but you're still contributing to the broader homosexual sort of cultural discourse, right? It is the same in Iran to an extent, though I would say a lesser extent because they're a little more militant in their policing. But yeah, to an extent. Weren't you saying a while back that even with Islamic morality police, they don't have the resources, they just rely on people self-policing out of fear? Yes, I don't think people are as afraid of the government in Russia. I don't think Russians are afraid of anything because they don't fear death, and that's kind of the fear from which all fears stem. But I think that like the government in Russia is just too inept and too centralized to meaningfully touch the lives of a lot of people. It's probably like that outside of Tehran too, but I'll admit I don't know as much about like decentralized Iranian governments like in the outer provinces of Iran, or do they call them states? I don't know what the terminology is. People get less afraid of their government the more corrupt their government is, though. That is definitely true, to an extent. There's a relationship, right? Because the more corrupt your government is, the less seriously you take them. It's like a joke. Look at us, right? Like, we're joking, we're like mocking the Trump regime nonstop, even though we all know that they have an unparalleled surveillance state apparatus, complete control over social media, and a willingness to arrest people and deport them to torture prisons without even being accused of a crime. And that he wants to do it to U.S. citizens. How seriously do we take them? Well, we just don't think they're very competent. So even if they're really evil, and they are, and really harmful, potentially, and in actuality, but they're still incompetent and corrupt. Makes them ridiculous. They're called Ostans in Iran. Okay, Ostan. I'll try to keep that in mind. But province is like the translation, okay. Sometimes it's province, sometimes it's state, sometimes it's, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I like to know the name. TBH, I'm scared of going back to the USA. Well, you should be. It's like the same guy, Thana. It's the same guy. Mental illness. Reopen the facilities. Well, somebody's got to pay them, Thana. Now that everyone knows they don't work that well. Why are there so many Nazis in chat today? It's VGG, man. Has Vosh talked about the AfD being labeled an extremist group in Germany? I did talk about it a little bit yesterday, but honestly, I just wasn't feeling that good yesterday. I was just tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep the previous night. That's definitely different to today, a day where I've gotten... Sorry, wait. I realized the way I led into that made it sound like I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep last night. I actually did. I was sort of defaulting into the sarcastic tone. What does that functionally mean? It means that the government has the ability to monitor AfD officials, basically. It means that they have like a widespread sort of right to monitor. What is Tencel again? Tencel is made out of like bamboo, right? Wood pulp. Eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus trees. That's interesting. Sorry, Wythe recently released some Tencel Western shirts, which I think is interesting. It's meant to be like a silky fabric, silky and light, good for summer. A lot of Hawaiian shirts are made out of it. I think they're pretty. I also like these trousers. I gotta slim down so that I can have an easier time buying trousers. It's so fucking difficult. What's summer like in Seattle? Beautiful. What's your take on seersucker? I like seersucker. Mexico City banned bullfighting in March. That's good. Bullfighting sucks. About to go thrifting. Any brand names I should be on the lookout for other than RRL? Go fuck a bunch, but that's like a whole subject. I can't get into that. Yeah. Is it more fashionable to wear pants higher on your waist? That's a complicated question, but if you're wearing suits, the answer generally is yes. If you're wearing a suit, or if you're wearing something that's meant to approximate the silhouette of a suit, when you button your jacket, you don't want to see any of your shirt tucking out underneath the jacket. Yep. What's your opinion on those flowy white shirts they had in the 90s? I have no idea what you're talking about. Puffy shirts? I'm not familiar with this terminology, I'm afraid. You guys see Warren Buffett is retiring? He finally did it. He made all the money. The last sane billionaire. The only sane billionaire. Because he just wanted to make money. He wasn't interested in anything else. Honestly, I kind of respect it. More so than I do most other, you know, he's just chilling. What is he retiring from? He had a job. I mean, he basically acts as his own wealth manager, doesn't he? Like, obviously he has other people managing some, but he still makes like a lot of financial decisions for himself. He's obviously very good at it, you know? He's got the bag on his mind. Buffett announced the news at the end of a 5-hour question and answer period. Was he on stage for 5 hours? Can 94-year-olds do anything for 5 hours? Yeah, he's still up and about. Hold on. Warren Buffett Q&A. I did see a little clip of his on Twitter where he, looking quite sharp, I might add, thank you, talked about how tariffs are a bad idea, which, you know, they are, and of course he believes that.
This first question comes from Bill Mitchell. I received more questions about this than any other question. He writes, Warren, in a 2003 Fortune article, you argued for import certificates to limit trade deficits and said these import certificates basically amounted to a tariff. But recently, you called tariffs an act of economic war. Has your view on trade barriers changed, or do you see import certificates as somehow distinct from tariffs?
Yeah, well, the import certificates were distinct, but their goal was to balance imports against exports, and so that the trade deficit would not.
He's really sharp. Like, obviously his voice is really raspy, but he's like really, he's been on a panel for hours and he's just like, he's still investing intelligently. He's taught, his movements are sharp, you know? Keep in mind, he's 15 years older than Trump.
Not grow in an enormous way. In fact, it would have, and it had various other provisions in it to help third world countries at that time, as they were called, to perhaps catch up a little bit. And they had a variety of aspects to them, but basically they were designed to balance trade. And I think you can make some very good arguments for the fact that balanced trade is good for the world, and the more balanced trade there is, the better. It will continue to be better for cocoa to be raised in Ghana and coffee and Colombia and a few things. And over time, the American industry has gone from being an agricultural country. This was nothing but an ag country. I mean, virtually, and that was only 250 years ago. And we have become a very industrial country, and we did not want to make that a situation, in my view, where we ran greater and greater deficits, building up greater and greater debts against the country. So I designed this import certificate thing, which Charlie thought was a little Rube, too much like Rube Goldberg. I don't know whether that name is, but it's gimmicky. But it's certainly a lot better than anything I think than we're talking about now. And there's no question that trade can be an act of war, and I think it's led to bad things. Just the attitudes it's brought out in the United States. I mean, we should be looking to trade with the rest of the world, and we should do what we do best, and they should do what they do best. And I don't think it. that's what we.
It is kind of crazy that in terms of just raw cash assets, he's not only the wealthiest person in the world, he's also like wealthier than most governments. It's like $300 billion in cash. It's so most wealth isn't liquid. He's got the goddamn Walter White like big cube of cash in the garage. And giving half it away. Maybe to me. That'd be cool. Sage advice. He's pledged to give 50% of his wealth to charity after he croaks. He really is an anomaly, you know? For the most part, you expect wealthy people to act with a certain kind of, you know, sort of class interest in a political sense. But for the most part, it seems like Warren Buffett has just been, you know, he's just committed to the bag, like on principle, which, you know, I guess I respect. Everyone's got their autistic fixation. Just a money guy, you know? We're expanding the Canadian dental care plan. Maybe I should move up. You should will welcome you here. Well, now I don't want to. Okay, what the hell is this? Governor Evers releases message to Wisconsinites regarding apparent Trump administration arrest threats. Okay. Fascinating.
Good morning, Wisconsin. Governor Tony Evers here. I'm speaking to you today as your governor, but also as a concerned American. Yesterday, a Trump administration official, in not so many words, apparently threatened to arrest me for distributing guidance that asks state agency employees to consult with an attorney if federal agents show up at state buildings with legal documents. The goal of this guidance was simple: to provide clear, consistent instructions to state employees and ensure they have a lawyer to help them comply with all federal and state laws. Nothing more, nothing less. But Republicans and their right-wing allies, including Elon Musk, lied about this guidance, spread misinformation, accused me of doing things I didn't do or say, and fueled a fake controversy of their own creation. Now, I'm used to Republicans and the right wing lying about me. It comes with the job. But this time, these lies came at a cost. I haven't broken the law, I haven't committed a crime, and I've never encouraged or directed anyone to break any laws.
Guys, chat, can you tell me, is it good or bad when governors are posting YouTube videos saying that they've been threatened with arrest by the presidential administration for telling people their rights?
Or commit any crimes. But when President Trump's hand-picked appointee, Tom Homan, was asked about me in this guidance after he apparently threatened to arrest elected officials across the country, he said, "Wait till you see what's coming. Wait till you see what's coming."
Oh, I remember that.
Overnight, Republican lawmakers piled on, encouraging the Trump administration to arrest me. Showing threats like this should be of concern to every Wisconsinite and every American who cares about this country and the values held here. We live in the United States of America, folks. We are a country of laws. The rule of law matters. Following the law matters. In this country, the federal government doesn't get to abuse its power to threaten everyday Americans. In this country, the federal government doesn't get to arrest American citizens who have not committed a crime. In this country, we don't threaten to persecute people just
There's something like about this that it makes it even more grim that it's just like a YouTube video from a governor. You understand what I mean? Like, governors have a lot of power, man. It's just wild to me that I guess like the format for engagement with a threat like this would be, I know he didn't just make a YouTube video, like he would have made a statement broadly. It's grim because it's filmed vertically. I agree that it being filmed vertically doesn't help. I understand it probably was originally meant to be posted on Twitter and TikTok and stuff, and it's just getting re-put on the YouTube. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit annoying that it feels like when Republican governors or Republican politicians have something they want to say, they're able to get every news agency, they can get everyone's attention, you know, blah, 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 blah. But then when you know, Democrats want to say anything, they're just like a teeny tiny little voice, just a little blip. I don't know. Hold on one second. I'm a little bit warm in this long sleeve shirt, actually. I'm going to switch to a short sleeve one. Just a sec. Okay. Other shirt was better? Your opinion is noted. I ought to ban you, you piece of shit. I ought to knock your block off. P-Town bar raided during queer event featuring Amanda Lepore. I'm sorry, I'm a fake homosexual. Amanda Lepore? Just gonna guess this is, someone I should know. This is foreshadowing for Pride. God, we're in for a rough one. Yep. This needs to be the most obnoxious Pride yet, okay? I am fully recovered from the, like, kinked Pride discourse. I don't give a shit about anything anymore, okay? Be naked. Fucking roll in like in a big, like, human centipede-esque. I don't give a shit, okay? Amanda Lepore is a famous trans model, was part of the NYC Club Kids. Queen, work, slay, something. So there was a raid? What was supposed to be a joyful night of queer celebration turned into a moment of surreal disruption on Friday when P-Town Bar, a beloved LGBTQ establishment in Pittsburgh, was raided by approximately 20 Pennsylvania state police officers and undercover agents during a drag event hosted by local drag icon Indica and featuring legendary guest Amanda Lepore. Why were they raided? The event, Another Party Pittsburgh, had just hit its stride when the police entered around 11:30 p.m. mid-performance as drag artist Blade Matthews took the stage. And not just with any number, Blade was in the middle of a theatrical rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody. With the room captivated and the song in full swing, law enforcement had to stand back and wait? Blade literally chose the longest song ever and made the cops wait, said one attendee. It was iconic.
Okay, Spooky, 1, 2, 3. Here, people, we got too much fun. on. So apparently we are now going to need to go outside for a second and we're going to be counting how many people are in here because you know what? Our queerness is too fucking queer. Make some noise around.
Wait, I'm sorry. So what was the pretext for the raid? Were they with like 20 officers coming in to check to make sure everyone was following fire code? Like not too many people in here? What's the pretext? The police offered little explanation beyond calling it a compliance check. Yes! We're so fucking back, people. We're back to the no excuses police raids on gay bars. Let's fucking go! Compliance check? 20 people for a compliance. Just seeing. You know? Drags baton along the side of the brick wall outside. Just seeing, making sure you're all up to code. Yeah. It was an LCB raid taken to the extreme, Indigo told Kuberg. We waited 30 minutes outside for them to inspect every crevice. In true drag fashion, Indica pivoted to performance as resistance. With a crowd displaced and the venue swarm with law enforcement, she took to the street for an a cappella rendition of Pink Pony Club. The crowd joined in, turning the sidewalk into a spontaneous moment of queer solidarity. All right, well, you can't keep gay people from being annoying. Do governors have no power over the police? Not normally, no. It's not their business. Police are city. Sheriffs are county level. There are state level police, but that's not who these were. They were state police? Wait, they were? Oh, fuck, yeah, sorry. Pennsylvania state police officers and undercover agents during a drag show. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. No, yeah, these were state police officers. There you go. Yeah. I wonder why they did that. Shapiro? What is Shapiro doing? I doubt that they didn't do it at his direction. The governor doesn't, like, directly authorize everything state police do. I'm glad they're having fun. Do you think like the state police kind of missed the directive on this a little bit though? Because one of the important things that you're supposed to do when you're doing like a purposeless gay bar raid is you're supposed to beat the shit out of people, and they didn't, you know? I don't know. I consider this kind of a cultural victory, to be honest with you. They clearly want to do the gay bashing, but they know that catching it on video would make them look really fucking bad, so they can't. So they're doing like cucked fascism. They're like, you know, yeah, this is a compliance check. Can we just like have 30 minutes to like look around or something? Okay, we looked around. Fucking Heil Trump. What? Nothing. All right, bye. Faggot. What? Nothing. Bye. You know? What if they're trying to slowly normalize these checks again? Oh, no. They are. Don't get me wrong. But, like, can you imagine what the national discourse would be if they just started clubbing people out in the street around all these, I don't know, are these, like, little eateries or something? I just... It's to the point that I just made with regard to trans people, you know? Especially, they're in Pittsburgh here, right? There is so much normalization, so much cultural integration. It's just difficult to imagine. One thing that bothers me a bit, I think that people really overstate how progressive the Weimar Republic was, right? Because, like, I think that they do that as a way of drawing comparisons between then and now, and I don't think those comparisons are necessarily invalid, but I think that people don't really understand how big of a gulf we're talking about, you know? In the Weimar Republic, they were some known queer people, and there was an institute of like sexology that studied them. There were some publicly known lesbian, gay couples and so on, but like the average resident of the Weimar Republic back then was not like even a little bit it wasn't that normalized. It was very good for the time. Nowadays, the average resident of Pittsburgh probably fucking like grew up with gay people. It's like assuming Yeltsin-era Russia was a bastion of liberalism. Yeah, kinda, right? It's like, just keep in mind the standards of the time, basically. I don't think you could make Pittsburgh into a city that would cheer as gay bar residents are beaten in the street by cops for no reason. Because that's what we did back in the 50s and 60s in this country. That was like what gay bashing was. The gays would get pulled out by their hair out into the street and would get beaten for cross-dressing or whatever. And like onlookers would be like, yeah, fuck them. But not like that, because that'd be gay. But nowadays, like, we're not about that life. You understand the point that I'm making here? I'm not just trying to crack jokes or whatever. I'm trying to indicate that, like, I think that as bad as it is that they're doing, like, just unironic gay bar raids now, the same shit Russia does, I think it's very telling that there are still limits on what they can get away with. Oh, it was a liquor control board raid? That's your pretense? Is that the pretense they offered? Where does it say that? Eyewitnesses confirmed only about 70 people, including staff. Oh, LCB? Okay, gotcha. Including staff and performers were allowed back inside after the inspection. Many noted that officers refused to make eye contact with the queens inside, though interaction with the crowd was described as mostly calm. Some attendees questioned agents directly, asking why raids like this don't happen at straight bars in the South Side or places like Tequila Cowboy. These comments reportedly were ignored. Adding a surreal twist, Indica reported officers recognized Amanda Lepore and asked for selfies while the crowd was still forced to wait outside. Lepore, who rose to fame in New York's club scene and lived through the era of outlaw parties and frequent police crackdowns, allegedly remarked this was the first time she'd actually witnessed a raid mid-event, calling the night iconic in a darkly nostalgic sense. No kidding, Jesus. This smells like AI written. No. I recognize handwritten gay local media because I read that shit quite a bit growing up. Okay, this was written with long fake nails. God bless him. Ugly fucking drip, man. Me showing up at day one as dressing for a raid, and you have a giant bulletproof vest over, like, fucking normie male dot PNG. Negative aura. Yeah. You know, part of the reason police uniforms existed in the form that they did before we decided every single police officer should be plainclothes with, like, military gear, is because the uniform conveys aura, authority, and calm. Not to say police were good back in the 1950s, but I think that a good police uniform is good for a reason. Can we all agree that, like, this looks better? Any day of the week, I would take shit like this over guy dressed in skinny jeans and a polo shirt with decommissioned Iraqi military gear on your chest, you know? Like, guy who looks like shit, but then also he has a fucking tactical vest. Anyway, sorry, I'm being gay. Which is fitting for the nature of the segment, I guess. Let me see if I can find another source on this. P-Town Gay Bar Raid. I'm actually not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything referring to this specific event. I guess this article did come out today, so you know, it's possible that it hasn't been. Small local paper, couldn't find anything bigger as of yet. All right. That's fair. Hey, you know what I did just find while Googling around for it? From Radio Free Europe, our very favorite, possibly recently defunded organization. Moscow police on November 30th raided several bars and nightclubs in the Russian capital as part of the government's crackdown on LGBTQ propaganda. Yippee. Now, just a little cultural parallel there. Really, I don't believe that they're going to be able to undo what they want to undo in any way that matters. Can I be hopeful about that? As bad as this administration has been for the economy, for like the democracy, for norms, democracy is, and always has been, very flimsy culturally in this country. At least it has been within my lifetime. The cultural acceptance of queer people goes so much further than that, you know? Understanding that gay people and trans people are just like normal ass people trying to be annoying in their day-to-day is like a deeply held emotional belief that a belief in democracy very rarely matches. I think even stalwart advocates for democracy, like democratic liberalism, you know, have doubts on it. Because how could you possibly believe in democracy that much when this is what it produces? I get it. I believe in it, but I get it. I'll say my faith in democracy usually is not hovering that high, but my like emotionally set understanding that gay people are just trying to get that bag, that shit's sky high and always will be. Why do they want to undo it anyway? Is it just to fulfill their voter base's issues? No, it's creating their voter base's issues. Their goal is to create in-groups, out-groups, and enemies nonstop, so they always have a target to go after, so that people have a war to fight and they don't notice what they're what's being taken from them. Bigotry has always been a convenient excuse for the ruling class. Trump has openly stated several times he only brings it up to win elections. That is true. He has literally said that. That is completely true. He's such a funny guy, man. His brain is so fucking melted. Not that it matters. Trump doesn't fucking care about gay people. He doesn't care about gay people. Do you think this will end once Trump is out of office? No, you need like a genuine reconstruction effort in this country. Again, most homophobia and transphobia is disseminated either from or with heavy assistance from capital in an interest to maintain a culture war so that people don't fight the war that actually matters, which is the war against the capital class. Not to say that the culture war doesn't matter, it matters very much, but it's an artificial one, you know? Conservative social positions are manufactured top down. They don't exist sort of meaningfully outside of that. Much in the same way that climate denialism, denial and anthropogenic climate change, was created by the right wing. It doesn't exist on its own, at least not in any significant numbers, right? It was created by Republicans fighting against environmental activists in favor of, you know, pro-Exxon or the pro-fossil fuel lobby's interests, because they make more money if people don't think that they're destroying the world. So yeah, we need a reconstructive effort. Gay hate has religious roots, though. Oh, I'm not saying that hatred doesn't go back before capitalism. But then you have to wonder, why is religion historically so insistent on maintaining those same in-group, out-group distinctions? Same issue, right? Power, reaffirming power. Why did the Catholic Church issue Mass in Latin, a language nobody spoke, and then decree the religious importance of adhering to the laws of the land, of the ruler that you're in? Why did the Pope get along with, like, you know, European nobility? Because there was like a synthesis between power of the clergy and power of the state. Why did Protestants, and why do Protestants argue that it's godly to work hard? That's not one of Christ's virtues. Basically what I'm saying is that like these tribalism has always been either manufactured or capitalized on in order to get people fighting other groups so they're not fighting the ones that are already in charge within the group you're already in. Tribalism is natural, but you know, that just makes it easier to prey on. Are you going to cover the Pope candidates before the conclave? I talked about it a little bit after the Wope died, but I don't really, you know, what happens, happens, right? It's not really politics of the kind that I typically engage in. Can my hair get fucking off my forehead, please? Get some scissors? Labor targets international students claiming asylum after election losses to reform. Well, that'll help them win their voters back. Oh, you just gave me the title of the article, I see. Ministers will crack down on international students applying for asylum in the UK as a move designed to tackle migration figures after a series of bruising losses to reform in the local elections. I think it's pretty much confirmed now that the UK is going to go down the exact same path as America, right? Like, it already seemed like they were going to, but the fact that reform just swept and that the Labour Party's only response to it is to be like, well, look, we can be anti-migrant too. Check out the opinion polling, it's bad. Yeah, the Reform Party now is the highest, it's the most popular party in the country. Look at that. Labor's plummeting. Tories are plummeting as well, because they're being replaced by Reform. Green and Lib Dems are going up a little bit, but yeah, Reform's up, up, up. Why does every significant democracy end up like this? Don't ask me questions like that. You watch a lot of my streams. You know that I've answered this question like 500 times. Fuck you. I shouldn't have even read this out loud. I'm mad at you now. I'm mad at myself. Scotland actually has a serious chance to leave. I mean, they might if Reform ends up running the government, which it seems like they're going to. Yeesh. I hope they do. Labour and Tories digest losses. It's so cool how Nigel Farage orchestrated Brexit, which happened, and everyone's unhappy with it. Then he did nothing, and now he's coming back and he's going to win again. Now that's aura or something. Exactly like Trump. Yep. Estimates for how the results would have translated to a national election. Projected vote share, Reform UK 30%, a plus 28. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. As a Brit, I'm in despair with Labour. I mean, look, I'm right there with you. I've been shitting on Labour even more than I shit on Dems for years now. And I shit on Dems a lot. I mean, I do that pretty often. But the Labour Party is way worse. People got so mad when you shit on Labour too. Yeah, and now who's fucking... And they got mad when I shit on Justin Trudeau. And then who stepped down and who rose up? These people need to start listening to me. I hated him because he told the truth. There's a dynamic to UK elections where smaller parties vastly outperform in local elections because no one cares. Yeah, but this is reflective of like a broader rise in Reform's popularity. It's not like Labour's doing anything to challenge it, right? It seems like it's indicative. What Labour's doing doesn't even make sense politically. The pivot to the right destroys support with their voter base and isn't going to win them any new right-wing voters. Well, tell the Democrats. This is what neoliberals do, man. Neoliberals are told by their donors, by their consultant groups, by their lobbyists, you cannot pivot to the left. The left is evil and bad, and also they don't want you to take money from us. The left doesn't like us, so you can't go to the left. So the only place for them to go is more to the right. They don't believe in anything, so it's not like they can really lead, you know? Probably would have been better if the Tories had won in the previous election.
Well, I saw J.G. Vance. It reminded me of me in the European Parliament a decade ago, getting up and giving speeches and being screamed at and shouted at and hated. I loved every word of what he said. He's absolutely right. Many of the problems aren't without, many of the problems are within. But he was talking to an audience of a European political class who were on the way out. The political revolution, and it swept through America, and it's going to sweep through the rest of Europe too. So J.D. Vance actually was there at Munich speaking ahead of his time.
The UK's in a rotten state. We're in economic decline. We're in societal decline. Confidence is...
Those things are true. That is true.
Sinking down to sort of mid-1970s levels. It is not good. So I'm afraid we're in for a few very tough years. And
it's quite interesting to look at the fact that gross domestic product, wealth per capita, has fallen for 6 of the last 8 quarters. We are getting poorer, and I'm afraid government policy and general business confidence is not going to turn that around quickly. We've basically had, certainly in England, and remember that England is 86% of the population of the United Kingdom, really since the end of the First World War it's been 2 parties. A few Liberal MPs here and there, but basically Labour or Conservative for 100 years. And here is a new challenge, a fresh party called Reform UK, which has leapt in 7 months from really almost nothing to leading consistently in the national opinion polls.
Yeah, that is
quite
true.
Remarkable. It's a reflection, I think, on what we call the Uni-Party, in that there isn't really much to choose, frankly, between the record of the Conservative government. Labour might be a touch worse, but there isn't much in it. But also a reflection on what we are as an organisation. We're upbeat, we're optimistic, we've got a good vibe, and we believe with the right leadership we can and will turn this country around. The UK's in trouble. We're in societal decline, whether you look at knife crime or any other statistic, whether you look at broken communities, whether you look at the impact mass immigration has had on breaking up communities that in some places have been around for hundreds of years. And we're in economic decline. You know, for 6 of the last 8 quarters, wealth per capita has fallen. Now, can it be fixed? Not under this government. We're led by a bunch of miserablists.
It is insane how bad their economy is. I mean, Brexit definitely didn't help. But yeah, no, it's a wretchedly poor country for what it should be, you know?
They literally spread negativity. They're talking us into recession. We're in for a couple of very, very tough years. But the turnaround will come at the next election.
That is very possible.
Race in Lincolnshire, Durham, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, Staffordshire, Derbyshire, some of the councils you've won. Is it beyond what you thought you could do today?
Way beyond. I knew we'd do well today. I mean, I've seen the party grow. I've seen the calibre of people improve. We professionalise the way we operate, everything from our literature to data gathering. But frankly, what we're achieving in terms of council seat numbers, what has happened here in County Durham, beyond my wildest dreams.
Okay.
Just goes to show people are are ready for real change.
It's interesting as well, when you look at the national equivalent vote, so how at the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, how you might go in terms of vote share, it could be that Reform become the biggest party in terms of these elections, in terms of vote share. What do you make of that?
I think people just look at Westminster and look at failure. You know, the Conservatives swept on a massive wave, including seats up here in the so-called Red Wall that they won. A wave of optimism. They broke virtually every major promise they made to the British people. Labour won on, frankly, an anti-Tory vote. The Prime Minister promised change. Well, no one's seeing positive change economically or socially. And people are actually getting poorer despite the claims of the government. So people want something different.
But back in Westminster, when you were saying I will be the next Prime Minister, a lot of people thought that was ludicrous. And you were being audacious and it wasn't believable. What do you say to them now?
They're not laughing now, are they? They've seen. This is reform quake. That's what's going on across the country today. These are the most astonishing set of local election results in the history of our country.
You're building a coalition here. You're taking votes from Labour in some of those red wall seats that Boris Johnson did well in, and you're also obviously hitting the Conservatives really hard. But to maintain that, do you need to change the style in which you lead? And what I mean by that is you're a divisive politician.
Well, good.
But to keep a coalition together, do you have to change anything?
I'm sorry.
How astroturf do you think Reform is? Isn't the relationship between Reform and like Russian money pretty well known? Well, okay, I should say the party is definitely getting right-wing funding from elsewhere, but in terms of like how much is their support manufactured, honestly, given how bad a job both the Tories and the Labour Party have done, it's not at all surprising. Like, even if no Russian money or whatever else was going into Reform, I think it would play out basically the same way.
I'm not Mr. Bland. You know, I am who I am. Take me or leave me. I'm a straight speaker. I say what I believe, and if you like it, that's fantastic.
But what I mean
and if you don't, I don't care.
In a fast-past-the-post system, though, people tend to win on centre ground. So they've got to build a massive coalition of voters. Yeah, but just up there, you were talking about people don't work from home. You don't like diversity on the councils. A lot of people won't like that.
What you're missing is that is the centre ground of public opinion. There's a silent majority that believes in the things that we believe in. Westminster, and dare I say it, much of the media is out of touch with where this country is moving, and I think that's what today's election results prove. Nobody in lessons from this in the short term, but I tell you what, this is happening. It's not a one-off, it's real.
So, sort of divisive politics, or are you going to carry on doing that?
Do you know, I mean, I'm a bit older than you.
I'm not, you're not that much.
Michael Foot versus Margaret Thatcher in the 83 election, you could say was divisive politics. They both had completely different worldviews. And there wasn't much love lost between one and the other. But provided it's civil, provided it's within reasonable rules, I think politics is about how...
What does he offer that's any different from the Tories, by the way? Because the Tories are racist, anti-immigrant, migrant fear-mongering, whatever. What, like, meaningfully, has he promised anything, or is this all, like, just we're going to do slightly more racism, and we're promising change? He's more racist, otherwise nothing? I wonder if he can't even be the Republican Party, because he's still mired in British civility, you know? He's not calling his opposition demons.
Having a choice of different visions that some love and some hate.
One other question. I noticed on stage there you said that the councils that Reform run are now no longer going to allow the government to house illegal migrants coming over on boats claiming asylum. You're not going to allow them to be housed in your local area.
I said we fight them.
Yeah, can you just explain that? Because that was a new piece of information.
Yeah, so basically central government scatters young males who cross the English Channel around the country, and most come pro rata to the northeast and the northwest, and they're imposed upon councils, and councils kind of, in theory, have to accept them, where they're going to find a much more robust response here.
Can you stop it, though?
We give it a go.
You're going to give it a go. And final question. Badenoch, and what's your message to Keir Starmer?
the message to Keir Starmer sarcastically is, please keep doing what you're doing. And the message to Kemi Badenoch is, well, frankly, the Conservative Party's finished today. It's gone. It's dying in the shires. It has no future. It stands for nothing. It serves no purpose.
Any chance of doing a deal with them to unite the right?
I don't want to do a deal with them. We're going to win the next election on our own.
OK, Nigel Farage, thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent.
Well, he's got confidence, at the very least. Also, Conservatives are seen as a rich person party. Vosh, reform has wider class appeal. Well, they are. The Tories are like the Tories are genuinely like the aristocracy of, I mean, to an extent, the Labour Party is as well. But like, yeah, for sure. I don't know. Didn't you say reform seems more like British thug skinhead types? Well, yeah, in the sense that they're not, like, economically elite. The Tories were never able to do fascism properly because they're too fucking liberal civility pilled. They're too culturally British, I guess. Excuse me. Two of the last 5 Tory prime ministers went to the same private school and were in an aristocratic fraternity called the Bullingdon Club. Yeah. You're moving to the UK, Benjamin? Jesus. Fucking good luck. The budget proposal released Friday would slash nearly every federal program by $163 billion combined, except for defense spending, which would remain flat. So, let's see. What are the details of this budget? So we have the framework for the budget, which is being argued over between the House and the Senate, more or less up to the Republicans to decide because they have majorities in both. And now Trump's coming down with his budget, his version of the budget. $1 trillion for our defense spending. That's a record. And $163 billion in cuts to everything else. Defense spending upped by 13%. A historic $175 billion to fully secure the border. Of course, the $175 billion wouldn't actually be used to secure the border. It would be used to beef up ICE so they can be used to do domestic immigrant hunts. They would. This is money that would go towards the Department of Homeland Security, which means that it would be used effectively as like the Gestapo, right? Like the federal police. Very, very good. Pushing to have these increases in the budget reconciliation bill Congress is currently assembling, which would allow it to be approved without Democratic votes in the Senate. Yerp. Slashing $163 billion from non-defense. Let's see. The proposal calls for eliminating multiple diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, environmental justice efforts, and other woke programs, of course. National Park Service, climate science research, foreign economic and disaster assistance, UN peacekeepers, certain education funding to schools, low-income home energy assistance program, the NIH, the CDC, pension, and rental assistance. It would also slash nearly $2.5 billion from the IRS, a frequent target for Republicans. Overall, the discretionary budget would be $1.7 trillion, or a 7.6% cut from the current fiscal year. Yay! We did it. We cut the budget. Yeah, this budget outline doesn't mention Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. So I guess like this would be combined with the existing framework that's allowed for an $800 billion cut over 10 years. Or it would be like debated between. It would replace it. Well, ultimately it's up to Congress to decide. I don't know if they'd want to integrate or synthesize these two plans. There's still plenty of time. Fascinating. The biggest news of this bill should be the end to save and the forced payback of all student loans. Aren't we 2 days out from the forced payback of student loans? We're 2 days out from the reignition of the student loan debt. That's May 5th, right? Yep. That's going to do more harm to the economy than any tariff. Yeah, hold on one second. How many Americans have student debt? 43 million Americans. And how many Americans aren't paying student debt? Yeah, 43 have outstanding. I think they said something like 40% of the people with outstanding debt weren't paying. 8 mil aren't paying, so like 20%? Something like that? No. According to the New York Times, as of June 2nd last year, student loan borrowers owe $1.6 trillion, nearly half aren't paying. And it's 1 in 5 Americans are skipping repayments. So deport all debt holders? Dude, how many of the people getting hit by this are going to be mad as fuck at Trump over it? Because like there are going to be a lot of like insufferable Alabama, or not Alabama, sorry. Why am I thinking Alabama? It's not Alabama. It's the other state. New Mexico and Arizona. Arizona State University students, insufferable like Party City Bitcoin guys who graduated back in like, 2022 or whatever. We're going to be mad as hell when they start getting collection calls. This is going to drop the birth rate by another like 0.1 or 0.2. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. The blueprint proposes a drastic cut in the State Department and international programs budget, nearly 84% lower than last fiscal year. Wow. Jesus. A $1.5 billion cut in peacekeeping operations, $3 billion cut in disaster assistance, $1.6 billion cut in food for peace. Reduces the State Department and USAID operations budget by $2 billion. Oh, we're all going to die for real? No, that's foreign affairs. Don't worry. Now let's take a look at the domestic. Cut from EV programs. $400 million cut from the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy, saying it wants to stop funding non-essential research. Really? For the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy? Okay. The budget for the DOE also proposes cutting $389 million from a program that cleans up and stores nuclear waste at several different locations around the country. All right, that sounds fine. I can't envision any possible issues with that. The budget would maintain current funding levels for cleaning up the Hanford nuclear waste facility in Washington state, but reduces funding for various cleanup activities at other sites, though it doesn't specify where. National Park Service operating budget cut by $900 million, cutting its construction, historic preservation, and national recreation funds collectively by hundreds of millions more. Climate research, slashing the Earth science research at NASA, including eliminating what it says are low-priority climate monitoring satellites. Oh, what are we just gonna knock those out of orbit, or not send any new ones up, or what? Okay. Cut funding for climate research. Sweeping reductions to the NOAA's climate monitoring and research functions. No more hurricane predictions. Yep. At NOAA, this would include next-generation satellites more on weather than climate. The budget also proposes cutting $235 million from EPA's climate environmental justice research. You ready for Florida to get hit with like 17 hurricanes a season, none of which are accurately charted or predicted, because one of the people at the NOAA said that higher sea surface temperatures contributed to the hurricane season, and he got like fired for doing so? 56% reduction for the funding to the National Science Foundation, including climate and clean energy research funding, but also what the proposal describes as woke social, behavioral, and environmental sciences and programs in low-priority areas of science. It would end funding in programs categorized as DEI-related. I have some friends in meteorology, and they're all sounding massive alarm bells about the administration's non-belief in the science. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're all going to die, obviously. No more housing assistance. Saving more than $26 billion by eliminating the Department of Housing and Urban Development's rental assistance program, including Section 8 vouchers. Wait, are we getting rid of Section 8? And replacing it with a plan to allow states to design their own rental assistance programs based on their unique preferences. Okay, we're leaving it to the states. Damn, we're getting rid of Section 8. Okay, damn, that's been a thing for a while. I'm sure the states will do a great job replacing it. The plan would also include a 2-year cap on rental assistance for able-bodied adults. Oh, you just straight up cannot be poor for more than 2 years. You have like a bounce back period. All right. More than 2.3 million low-income families use the Section 8 housing voucher program. Eliminates $1.25 billion home investment partnerships program, which provides grants to states and local governments and low-interest loans to developers to expand the supply of affordable housing. That's a big set of paragraphs for the healthcare programs. So wait, they just killed Section 8? No. This is the bill that Trump has proposed that he's threatening to bypass Congress to pass. Massive cuts to spending for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institutes of Health. Eliminates a broad range of health programs focused on HIV/AIDS prevention, maternal health and family planning under the Health Resources and Services Administration. Why does he want to bypass it? Because a lot of Republicans don't like this either. Your president can bypass them? I mean, not legally, but like, yeah, by breaking the law. The CDC proposal more than halves the agency's budget from $9 billion to $4 billion in a plan that refocuses the agency on its core mission. That includes cuts and merges for state health funding and a massive reduction to the agency's funding on infectious diseases, opioids, viral hepatitis, tuberculosis, and sexually transmitted diseases. The NIH would see a nearly $18 billion funding cut, and 4 institutes focused on minority health, nursing research, global health, and integrative health eliminated entirely. The administration already dismissed most of these institutes' directors and canceled funding to hundreds of research-related grants, or related research grants. Man, this country's actually like done, huh? It's like done. Like actually, like it's beyond just incompetent administration. They're like anti-country. I mean, it's like anti-anything, I guess. Gotta move to China. The reorganization of the NIH would align with the president's priorities to address chronic disease and other epidemics, autism, and eliminate research on climate change, gender ideology, and divisive racialism, according to the budget document. Eliminate the $4 billion LIHEAP program, which helps about 6 million Americans afford their utility bills. It said the program is unnecessary because states have policies preventing utility disconnections for low-income residents, meaning that LIHEAP mainly benefits utilities. Some of this seems like it wouldn't be capable of passing. I don't know, man. Have you considered that Republican legislators hate life and themselves? $12 billion cut from the Department of Education, or 15% of its budget. Eliminate many K-12 and higher educational programs. Cut $64 million in funding for Howard University, the nation's only federally chartered historically black university. Yeah. Yep. It's going to be a very hot summer. Yeah, probably. Especially because, like, there might be more cuts. Because keep in mind that, like, this budget reduction is still before the additional Trump tax cuts. So if they want the budget, if they want to continue to, like, reduce the deficit, which what they've been saying they're going to, they might add this in with the Medicare cuts, or they might just leave it alone. And they want to eliminate a bunch of smaller agencies, including Corporation for Public Broadcasting, AmeriCorps, Institute of Museum and Library Services, 400 Years of African American History Commission, National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Humanities. Damn. Well, it's been a good run. Wow. Sheesh. Yeah, not so well endowed now, huh? Oh, did we lose libraries? Yeah, basically. Would eliminate the $1.6 billion Job Corps program, which it called a failed experiment to help America's youth and said was plagued by violence, assault, sex crimes, drugs, and death. Okay. What Trump wants to spend more money on? Veterans care. That makes sense because the main recipient of additional funding is the Department of Defense, the Pentagon. I honestly, this whole budget from Trump, this reeks to me of MIC involvement. Anyone else getting that feeling? Over in the legislature, right? The Republicans are like, you know, what are we going to cut? Well, in order to like make these needs met, in order to like make the money balance it out, in addition to the tax cuts, we're going to need to cut 800 billion from Medicare over such and such, or Medicaid over such and such time, you know. But like, then Trump comes down with a budgetary suggestion. He comes down with his own budget, and it's like, actually, we're going to give $1 trillion over to the Pentagon and cut like everything else. Yeah, this happening right alongside the change of heart on Putin and the negotiated deal with Ukraine. The MI6's had enough. Lockheed Martin was like, all right, motherfucker, let's remind these people who actually runs the country. But Cenk promised me they would cut the military budget. Any leftist who heard Trump make that errant statement about cutting the Pentagon budget and believed him is an idiot. Just flat out. I saw people falling for that. They were like, oh, wow, man, Trump might actually cut the budget. No. You need to fucking brush up on your historical materialism. Remember who runs the country, okay? Because it's not Trump. It's capital. Why the fuck would a fascist government divest from its military, you moron? The whole point of the government is to take public money in the form of taxes, siphon it from the population, use like 10% of it on making people's lives better, and use 90% of it enriching corporations in public-private partnerships. That's the whole point of the system. That's why everyone feels poor, even though this country has so much money in it. Because rather than that tax money being used on shit that helps people, it gets siphoned back into fucking MIC, you know, shit. It gets siphoned back into insurance companies and healthcare companies and pharmaceutical companies. Like, that's the whole point of the project. The government is a front that corporations put up that gives them the legitimacy and control, the jurisdiction over violence necessary to engage in mass wealth siphoning. That's the whole point. Anyway, other stuff we're getting to spend more money on. The America First Opportunity Fund. This new $2.9 billion fund would focus on investments that support some of the nation's key partners, such as India and Jordan. India against China, Jordan in favor of Israel. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. This is still MIC shit. It would also support repatriation, counter China, and fund new activities to strengthen America's national security. Yeah. Okay. Same damn thing. It's like USAID, but more evil. Make America healthy again. This is $500 million to the autism camps. Air and rail travel safety. The budget includes a request for $13.8 billion for FAA operations to support hiring air traffic controllers and increasing their salaries. Stopped clock. As well as updating the agency's telecommunications system. It's a funding boost of $359 million. I wonder if the only reason they're doing this legitimately is because it was such bad PR for the administration that there were like 50 plane crashes right after Trump took office. That this might actually just be a oops, we broke it kind of deal, even though they didn't break it. Like that wasn't actually Trump's fault. Like, we talked about wokeness keeping the planes in the air. But like it actually, like, these systems just are very overstressed. Right? So, okay. Also provide $5 billion for the modernization of FAA systems and facilities that comprise the U.S. National Airspace System, including radar replacement. Okay. Rail safety infrastructure grant, $400 million. Okay, all right. I don't know. Broken clock. What is MIC? Military Industrial Complex. When I say MIC, what I'm essentially saying is like the multi-trillions dollar industries associated with U.S. defense spending. You know, directly and indirectly, the Defense Department is by far the biggest employer in the United States. Or is that Walmart now? Yeah, $2.1 million military service members and 811,000 civilian employees. But that's just people who work directly with the Department of Defense. If you count in people whose jobs are in service or manufacturing related to defense procurement, you're talking about a insane number of people, right? Not just like every soldier. How many people employed by Department of Defense directly and indirectly? Therefore, the total number of people directly and indirectly employed by the DoD is significantly more than 2.9 million, potentially exceeding 4 million. Yeah, which is, again, like you get the point, right? When I say MIC, I don't just mean like Lockheed itself. I'm talking about this broader like economic bloc that always seems to get what it wants, doesn't it? It always seems to get what it wants. Mars exploration's getting some money. Thanks, Musk. And charter schools. Great, 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 great. Okay, so that's the budget, I guess. That's cool. Country's dying. Can you explain what charter schools are when you get there, please? It's a complicated, like, America-specific topic, but the basic idea of charter schools is that they're another, well, depending on how cynical I want to be, they're basically another way of doing like school racism in a post-desegregation world, kind of. They're publicly funded, but they're not run by the government. The charter refers to the charter the government gives them, the license to teach. So they're funded by the state, but they're not run by the state. So they're not like private schools, right? Like you can attend a charter school without paying like $40,000 a year or whatever. The problem is that because they're not run by the government, a lot of them have more strict requirements, and a lot of them have like weird. It's basically like the midpoint for private schools, but your tax dollars pay for it. Republicans love charter schools because in practice, a lot of them like the fact that many charter schools are run by weirdo right-wing isolationist types, religious fanatics, people who want to impose like certain doctrines and certain curriculums on students. Here, hold on. It's charter schools and school vouchers that are like the two big like Hitlerite or sorry, not school vouchers, school choice. School choice and charter schools are the two like post-civil rights era racism in schools type subject of discussion. School choices, school vouchers. Yeah, I just wanted to use the proper term. I went to a charter school that was great, but a lot of them are for-profit nightmares. Yeah, no, not every charter school is bad, right? It's not that every charter school is bad. It's that support for charter schools from the right is a way of diverting public money into private projects for education. And if the right wants it, you know they want it for evil. Like, there's a reason they like them. Sheesh. I'd love to see how the $175 billion to secure the border is going to be spent. This article talks about where money's going, but it doesn't talk about any of that. I guess this is only like a outline for the budget bill, not the full thing. So, well, nah, my estimate is that money's going to be spent on brown shirts. For sure, for sure. You don't need $175 billion to secure the border because the border doesn't need securing because it's fine because it was always made up. This is just a way of diverting more money to the federal police. Man, when the next chance we get, man, the next chance that we get, Jesus Christ, the next chance that we get, we got to get rid of the DHS. The whole DHS. Absolutely, Thana, 100%. But Democrats are never going to back down. Like, Democrats are never going to be based on this. They just can't be. Fucking Bush may have created the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11, but Obama is the one who expanded it. Obama appointed Tom Homan. Tom Homan was a Hitlerite back then. And Obama appointed him directly. Why are you assuming we get another chance? Oh, don't be that doomer. Nothing lasts forever. I went to a charter prep school that was relatively decent, but yeah, that whole system's kind of fucked. I mean, on principle, I just don't think there should be anything... There should be no private schools. I think everyone should get the same education. The whole point of public education is that everyone's supposed to get the same opportunity to attain in life, to the same platform to build off of, and that wealth shouldn't be... Like, the whole reason it was introduced is because for thousands of years, the only people who got educated were the wealthy. Because if you were like the son of a nobleman, he would hire a scholar or something to follow you around and say, you know, wise shit at you. And then you'd say, I don't want to take my lessons today. I want to ride a horse and join father in hunting. And then the mentor would be like, well, I can't stop you, I guess. I don't know. I want to sing. Exactly. Aristotle to Plato and so on. The whole point of public education is that everyone's supposed to get the same ground foot. It kind of fucks it up if wealthy people get super nice private schools, right? Everyone should get the same, no matter what. And also bring back forced busing. And also stop funding public schools with property taxes. All schools should get exactly the same amount of funding relative to the cost needed to provide the same quality of educational attainment in each area. You can do the math, whatever. And then we need the forced busing, because even then there would still be differences in the quality of schools based on, like, the, let's be real here, quality of the neighborhoods, right? Like, even if you scale the spending in a school differently in a poor urban area that's full of black people and has a lot of crime versus a wealthy area that's full of white people and doesn't, it wouldn't change the fact that, like, maybe gang predominance, the predominance of drugs, or like the family life or whatever, there could still be differences, you know? You need a real blank slate, a real fucking blank slate, okay? I don't care how far you have to bust those black and white kids. I don't care if you're busting them across state lines, you just do it, goddammit. Sorry, Timothy. Sorry, Jamal. You both need to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. Shower, get dressed. Your ass is getting on a 52-mile bus ride. All right? We're narrowing these demographic gaps until every school in the nation has exactly the same fucking proportions. You busing Asian students from Los Angeles into the suburbs outside of Phoenix to average out the ratios nationwide. I don't give a shit, man. You're going on a goddamn journey. Silly question, how come inner city schools don't get more funding? Because cities tend to be better hubs of property tax per area? Because they're not. The areas that serve public schools in urban areas, there are more schools per area because there are more people per area. So you average out the property taxes per, like, land and people using that school. And what you get is that, like, the property taxes are just much higher in suburban areas. It's just like a it's just like how the math works out, basically. How should public schools be funded? Well, by the state, like just via tax money, just flatly. And also funded well. Yeah, obviously. Also, renters do not pay property tax, only owners. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Also, like there are different rules for how property taxes pay into schools in different areas, and in a lot of places, commercial land, I don't think it kicks in the same amount, right? Like if there's a school in an area that has a lot of like commercial development, I don't think the property taxes from the commercial zoned land is paying in the same way as the property taxes from the residential land because it's obviously not businesses that go to school, right? I don't know. I mean, like what revenue source? I don't really care what the revenue comes from. The states have money. The federal government has money. Just give them the money. The reason property taxes specifically are bad is because then wealthier areas have wealthier schools. But you could do property taxes as long as you just average them out across the area, right? Like property taxes could pay for schools as long as you averaged it out like statewide, basically, and then like proportioned it in accordance with the attendance at the schools, you know? I'm just saying like it shouldn't be locally segmented. Well, that's good they arrived Hussars, though I don't think that's necessarily the norm. Why no more game streams? Because there's a lot of news happening, man. Sometimes I think about doing a game stream and then I get a little anxious because I'm like, what if fucking World War III breaks out during it? Country dying. My country's dying. Most Scandinavian countries, you don't have private schools, thus, since the rich have to send their kids to public school, the public schools are well-funded, clean, and well-resourced. Yeah, that's the basic idea. It's like generally, unfortunately, in a capitalist society, institutions are only going to be good if wealthy people are forced to use them too. You know? So wealthy people drive around, so everything is car-centric, you know? But if wealthy people take the public transit, then the public transit will be good. If wealthy people use public schools, the public schools will be good. It's their wealth and their political will that drives where investment goes. If wealthy people use the New York subway, it would be pristine. Yeah. Genuinely, yeah. No, 100%. Wealthy people do use the subway, though. I think they mean like wealthy people. Like that if everyone had to. I think the real problem with spending for the MTA is the fact that due to overregulation and a bunch of like weird bullshit rules, it's so expensive to do everything. Isn't it like $1 billion to open a new station in New York City? Or more than $1 billion? It's like an infinite amount of money, basically. It's infinity money to open a new station. Yes, the MTA is just the worst. Well, no, it's not, because I've been on the MTA now. I can say this with personal knowledge. It actually fucking rules. It integrates like so much of the city. You can just effortlessly bounce between like area to area to area for like no money, basically. It's like $3 a day if you average it out. I mean, the organization? Ah, okay, yeah, the organization, yeah, for sure. The metro itself, though, real good. Cost of adding NYC MTA station. New Yorkers pay 3 times what Parisians do to build a subway line. Ugh. It's crazy, man. Most of the overspending isn't where you think it is. My assumption would be it's time, mostly, because there are so many regulations. There's so many things you have to take into account. Every project takes forever. The longer a project takes, the more people have to be held on retainer. $1.5 billion per mile. Our new stations are way too big. That's probably true. Designs vary too much. Other agencies want a piece of the action. Politicians want to help. Labor's expensive, so is outsourcing expertise. It's probably like corruption to a large extent. I mean, it's New York City, right? A lot of old ties back then. I feel like that's New York building in general, though. It's like this all over the West Coast. They build stuff a lot faster in other countries. Consultancy eats up the cost. We literally, and like, I'm sorry, but this is like the only way to do this, okay? There's just too much capital interest entrenched in it. We literally just need to nationalize the construction process. You don't want to rely on outsourced construction companies. New York City needs a crack team of like municipal construction workers, and they work for the city, and their work and expertise is in the city. They're well paid. They know what the fuck they're doing, and they do the work. Yeah, they just write blank checks to private companies. It's insane. The MTA has started an in-house consultancy group to do reviews and stuff like that. That's great. I'd love to see more of that. That's great. You seen that post about, or like the not post, I guess I should say, because it's like a government action, but like the California high-speed rail will be made in like 2060 or something. They keep like scaling back the expectation. China would put that shit up in a year. Yeah. Like unironically, we need to bring back Robert Moses-esque eminent domaining. It's just annoying because it seems like the state had infinite power in the 1950s to look at a black neighborhood in New York and be like, fuck you, and just delete it. But now it's like, no, you can't build a transformative statewide project using tens of billions of dollars because this farmer doesn't want you taking like 0.8% of their land. I don't care. I don't care. Like, should everything in society be like, no. Class the farmland. Declare war. TFRSB, you're being very contrarian today. Government shouldn't be able to steal people's land. It's the government's land, man. That's why you pay property taxes. I do regret it a bit. Motorway built around stubborn grandfather's house after he refused compensation. Oh, does he regret it? The two-story... I remember this. The two-story home in China rocked by constant vibrations, surrounded by dust and noisy builders. Yeah, that makes sense. It is like a funny Giga Chad bit, I guess. Like, it is a funny bit to refuse to move when China wants to build a highway straight through your house. But it's actually like, can we be real? Oh, is this the N-word lady? Yeah, it is. but that's not relevant to what I'm talking about right now. Can we be real, though? It is, like, deeply antisocial behavior, right? Can we all agree on that? That if there's, like, this massive national project that has the potential to, like, this is a highway, so I'm not very highway pilled, but we're talking about high-speed rail here, so you have, like, a national project that has the potential to transform the entire goddamn state that you live in, and it's like, he just doesn't want to fucking move. I'm sorry, like, you're not the center of the world. There's a big world out here. I don't believe this is like hyper independent American isolationist bullshit, right? The idea of, like, fuck literally all of society and the potential for the life to be made better for lots and lots of people. I've gotten used to this house. Just take the payment. Yeah, literal NIMBYism. Despite being offered 180,000. This looks like pounds. Is this one? Is this the symbol for one? It is pounds? Is it in Hong Kong? Why? Oh, this is from independent.co.uk. Okay, sorry, a British newspaper. Sorry, I was confused for a second. Yeah, okay. Isn't 180,000 pounds like a fucking lot of money? Like, I guess it depends on where you live in China. That feels like a lot. Not anymore. No. Like to a Chinese person. Like, that would be a huge amount. How much would you have to pay to be moved? Or be paid to move? Dude, if I had a house and it was blocking the construction of an infrastructure project and the government offered me a lot of money, I feel like I wouldn't be that belligerent about it, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. Life is big. Like, it's big. You have to understand that sometimes, and it sucks, but, like, sometimes there are greater things happening. Like, beyond your attachment to a house. Keep in mind, I'm talking about high-speed rail, okay? This is a highway. I'm not as particular about a highway, though I wouldn't want to live in a house that's walled off in the middle of a... The Jinshi County Party Committee secretary previously said Huang, who lives with his 11-year-old grandson, refused to relocate because he was dissatisfied with the government's offer. After a long period of fruitless negotiations, the authorities designed a bypass on both sides of Huang's house to advance the motorway's construction. It is incredibly funny. It's just, I don't know. 180 pounds sterling equals 1.7 million won. The average annual salary is about 120,000 yuan, which is roughly 16,000 USD. Okay, so it's like 10 years of salary, more or less, kind of. I don't understand how this guy has this level of property rights in China. Dude, the CCP is very institutional. They're very, like, proceduralist. They're not like, oh, you've made us angry, like a bunch of dipshit officers with fat pouring out around their tactical gear show up and, like, menace you, and then later it comes out they didn't know your name and they actually got the wrong place or whatever, you know? If you're doing something illegal, one of which is certain types of critique against the government, like, they'll arrest you. But it's not like they're more professional in how they handle their business, I guess. They're pretty lawful. I mean, like, they, you know, obviously they're authoritarian, but they're not as, well, it depends where in China. That's true. That is true. Because, like, for instance, in the Xinjiang province against the Uyghur Muslims, they were deputizing local racists to, like, say, hey, that guy's got a beard, I bet he's a terrorist. So it definitely depends where you are. But when it comes to stuff like property law, capitalism kind of relies on the consistent execution of property law. So I think it makes sense that stuff like this would happen. Only problem is when the government does that, but the project falls through and never happens for one reason or another. Sure, sure, sure. I just, you know. I don't know. Whatever, man. Romanians vote in presidential test of Trump-style nationalism. The Romanian presidential election looks like it's probably going to go to the far-right guy, right? Eastern Europe is doomed. Is there any polling that I can look at? Is there any reliable polling? Here we go, from Politico. Simeon is on top. Which one is that again? Romania, Simeon. Simeon is the far right guy? Is he? That's the new far right guy? But he's not the same guy as before, right? Wasn't Antonescu the last one? The last far right guy? No, he's not. No, this isn't him. Oh, no, he's the incumbent guy? The other guy got banned. George Askew. Okay, that's why I recognized the Askew at the end there. Okay, George Askew was the one. He was barred. So he's really not being let back on. Okay. All right. So how bad is George Simeon? Because it seems like he's pulling on top by a pretty decent margin right now. It's 2-round voting, so the votes are going to be consolidated. I don't know if he's gonna win in the long run. Very, very bad. Okay, okay. Check second round polling. Okay, hypothetical second round polling. Let's see. Well, it looks like in Antonescu versus Simeon, it looks like Antonescu wins. In Dan versus Simeon, it looks closer by a bit. In Ponta versus Simeon, it looks like Simeon has the edge. And then we don't care about the other ones because I can't match every because I can't look at every you know case, I suppose. Only Dan or Antonescu matters. How close are Dan and Antonescu to each other? Like would they would voters swap from one to another? Simeon is far right, but he's more of an opportunist and is well known to have connections with the ruling parties. Okay. They're both moderates. Well, then it seems like Simeon doesn't actually have the best odds at winning here. He looks like a different guy in this picture to this picture, doesn't he? Here he looks way more stately than here. Here he looks really pale, but here he looks like he's from a photo from the 80s. Like a, you know what I mean? Campaigning for the unification of Moldova and Romania. Okay. Civil activism. He looks from like Mike from Red Letter Media. You know, he kind of does. I see that. I see that. Is this the good guy or bad guy? Well, this would be the bad guy to us, I suppose. But, you know, in my opinion, the Jedi are evil. He is a persona non grata in both Ukraine and Moldova. Okay, okay. Is he like pro-Transnistria? All right, well, he's a Zionist. The meeting, Simeon acknowledged and expressed regret about Romania's role in the Holocaust during World War II. That's good. Promised to combat anti-Semitism. That's good. And supported the expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That's bad. He's not as insanely pro-Russia as the previous one? Okay. So he's not like pro-Transnistria or whatever? Well, his party is anti-Semitic as fuck. They had recent chat leaks in their youth group talking about gassing Jews and Slavs. Gassing Slavs in Romania. Man, it's fucking crazy, man. Are there any white supremacists? Romanians are not Slavs? That's the fun thing. To an American, yeah, you are. Romania is not a Slavic country, man. Romania is Latin. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know that to Americans, Slav means any people who are like within 3 tones of my skin who are east of Germany. They don't know that we don't fucking care. Ah! You drink vodka and you talk funny. That's funny. Romanians love saying they're descendants of Romans. I wonder where they might get that idea from. Ultranationalists far right oppose the same-sex marriage, anti-mask, anti-vaccine, and Magyarophobic. Anti-Hungarian sentiment. Okay. That's right. You look back at the Balkans and you got to learn all these new forms of racism. Americans don't see ethnicity. You have to understand. We don't. That's not a joke. We don't. We have white people, Hispanics, blacks, Asians. We can tell Russians, but like we think that Russians include Georgians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, anyone who talks like this, more or less. That's all like a group to us. And what, no Indians? I guess there's like Indians and Middle Easterners too. Yeah. Pretty much it though. Like that's pretty much it, you know? We don't really see your ethnic distinctions, so. He was at the second inauguration of Donald Trump. Okay. As of 2025, he lived in a 52 square meter studio flat in Bucharest, purportedly donating 90% of his salary from parliamentary employment to civic causes related to Romania or Romanians. Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it goes. It still seems like the polling is against him. Speaking of polling, aren't Polish elections coming up? Trump meets Polish nationalist candidate ahead of presidential election. You don't say. It's the piss party. Karol Nawrocki. Didn't we cover a Polish election pretty recently? Yeah, in 2023. Though, okay, those were the parliamentary elections, but this is the presidential election. Okay. Sorry, my American mind, etc., etc. So, it's just a matter of like if the piss party wins this one. The incumbent president is ineligible for re-election. Okay, gotcha. So there's no incumbent. Gotcha, gotcha. Two-round system. What gender is the green one? That's a very unwoke thing to say, Nuts, but I understand where you're coming from. All polls suggests that Trzaskowski wins both rounds. This fella, not the piss party. Serving as city mayor of Warsaw, political scientist specializing in European studies. That sounds good. That sounds good? Does it? Yeah, somebody who studies political science. Basically a liberal. Okay, but like in the context of Poland, there are worse things. It seems like his numbers have been going down lately, though. Are we seeing like, okay, hold on. Who's Menson? And why have they been losing popularity? They're with the Confederation Liberty Independence, far-right political alliance. Okay, so the far right has been losing vote share in the polling, which is good. Wow, guys, look at the fucking Trump effect again. They're more Hitlerite than Pitt. Yep, okay, so far right goes down. But in this case, because it's like a broader multi-party system, it's not just the far right. You also have the regular right. People are moving from the far right to the regular right. It also looks like Trzaskowski's polling is going down a little bit as well. Zandberg is our guy, the guy with 4.6% approval, or not approval, sorry, like polling favorability. Second round polls are stable for Trzaskowski. He's losing to the left. Okay, that's good. That's good. Can you link me the second round polling, please? The data? Is it on this page? Is the opinion? Oh, okay. Oh, it's on this page. It's on this page. Man, polling sure is more difficult in multi-party democracies, huh? Oh, wait, hold on. This looks perfectly clear. Okay, yeah. Once you normalize for the second round voting, it seems like Trzaskowski is a shoo-in. It doesn't even seem like there's that much variance within the margins there. That's like a 16-point difference. Okay. Yeah, I've heard Poland is a beautiful country. I know people make fun of it because they're kind of like beaten up a little bit for being the Balkan representative to the rest of Europe because they're, you know, right there, right next to Germany. And they're a larger country. But I've heard beautiful things. Are you literally Polish? Yeah, like in my blood, but in my heart I'm American. Like I've never been there. Balkan representative, Poland, what? This guy needs to watch more Zizek. They're both huge neolibs. Trzaskowski is just slightly less reactionary. Okay, well, let's see how reactionary he is, since it seems like he's going to win. Am I saying his name correctly, by the way? Trzaskowski? Normally, like, my last name is Koczynski, but that's not how... No? Okay, then correct me, please. Trzaskowski? Trzaskowski? Like that? Do I drop the T, basically? Trzaskowski? Do you know any Polish words? No, why would I? Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky. Wow, okay, I was way off. Yeah, my last name is Polish, of course, but it's anglicized Polish. It's not actually Polish. Trzaskowski. Trzaskowski. Okay, Trzaskowski. All right. Handsome fella. Don't let people sanewash Naroki. He's Piss is far right. They did the LGBT free zones. On the 18th of February, hold on, we have mental illness in chat. Vosh, how can you reconcile almost all so-called TERFs being sexual assault victims and not take their opinions remotely seriously? I don't understand what the correlation there is. What? I'm not sure if I understand what, I literally don't logically understand what if you've been sexually assaulted, you're more valid in being bigoted against another group of people. I don't get it. Also, yeah, we're on a different topic right now. I had to engage. On the 18th of February, 2019, fuck, I forget how this is pronounced. Tchaikovsky? Right? Tchaikovsky? Signed a 12-point LGBT declaration combating discrimination of the LGBT community and providing guidance in the area of personal security, education, culture, sport, administration, and employment. Well, that's nice. Pretty sure they're asking that if they're an SA victim and they hate trans people for being potential rapists, why don't you take them seriously? Well, I understand that's what they're asking. I'm just like asking for the correlation, I guess. Like, how does being, I'm going to guess here, I'm going to sort of assume being sexually assaulted by a man, how does that have anything to do with, like, the legal rights of trans women? Doesn't seem to make sense. Like you should get, respectfully, you should get therapy. Like I just don't, like obviously sexual assault is bad, you know, but you shouldn't let that inform your political opinions and make you into Hitler. SA victims understand the dynamics of male violence against women and girls. Surely they know more than you. No, it seems kind of like a stupid argument, to be honest. You know, the group of people most supporting of trans women in the UK is lesbians. I don't like you're basic, like we're arguing fake statistics to make a fake point. Like if you assume that a person being victimized in their life means that they have better right to discriminate against others or like better insight on complex social, cultural, and legal subjects like the, you know, preponderance of sexual violence, which isn't true, of course. You would then still have to substantiate the argument. Unfortunately for you, the truth of the matter is that trans women just don't really represent a statistically significant threat to cis women in shared spaces. If they did, there'd be data on it, but there isn't. Cis women assault cis women. Men assault lots of cis women. Years and years of this culture war, and yet no data found that trans women represent any more a threat than anyone else, really. I mean, certainly far less of a threat than cis men, so the equivocation between the two seems disingenuous. But I know you're disingenuous, so it doesn't really matter. I'll just say this. After the end of Jim Crow and forced segregation in the United States, there were lots and lots and lots of white women who also were terrified of sharing spaces with black women. They thought black women were innately more violent, and they would say stuff like, well, you know how they are. I've been victimized. How can you not know? How can you not defer to me? And the victimhood of white women was used as a weapon, and it still is, of course, to justify unjustifiable bigotry. And, you know, I think that's bullshit, and obviously I'm consistent on that point. Okay, I get to engage with one more. Trans women shoved in female prison. Sounds like lots of room to get rapes in. You need therapy. You just need therapy. I'm sorry. You need therapy. I don't actually think that your political beliefs are motivated by past experiences or trauma, because in my experience, people tend to like front that because it makes them seem more sympathetic. I think you're just kind of repulsed by trans people. But if it really is that like a man assaulted you and now you're terrified of trans women, you just need therapy. Okay, there we go. We had our moment. Guys, the culture war has been going on for a literal decade now, and there are still no pieces of scholarly evidence to support the point that they're making. There have been literally like millions of instances of trans women using women's restrooms when they go to women's prisons, like in Scotland, for example. Like, we have so many data points, and trans women just aren't the violent predators that people want them to be, you know? Source the mold on my walls. Also, by the way, needing therapy isn't shameful. True, but being a bigot is shameful. Is this guy really that bad? Being like aggressively pro-LGBT in 2019 Poland seems to me like it indicates, I don't know, some kind of backbone, at least in some progressive issues. He's a woke neolib. Okay. I guess, like, considering the fact that my country is currently being raped to death by neo-Nazis, I'm maybe my standards have lowered a little bit, like the bar's a little lower. Tchaikovsky. Okay. He dropped all the progressive issues in his campaign. Did he? Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess I'd have to know more specifics to really have a grasp on that. How much power does the president have in Poland? Because it varies country to country, right? Like, in some places, like none? Not very? Okay, then would if his role is just that as a head of state and he doesn't really have much governmental power, isn't it more important that he be progressive than that he be like economically, you know what I mean? He'll be cutting healthcare spending? Well, I hope not. Okay, all right. I'll withhold some of my concerns, I guess. We'll see how it goes. But I am happy to see that in the second round polling, he's well ahead of the more Hitlerite option. So, okay. President has a large blocking power. Okay. Well, I'm happy to see relatively good news out of Romania and Poland then. Relatively. We'll see how things go in Romania. Wouldn't it be nice if in both of these elections, the candidate that supported Trump lost? Like, Simeon was there during his inauguration, and, you know, we know who Trump prefers in Poland. It was just like country after country after country after country after country where the Trump candidate loses. I just, you know, I just like the vibe. How much better news is Carney winning, in your opinion, these two? The Carney one is huge. That's the biggest one. Like, Carney was the conservatives in Canada were going to win in a fucking massive sweep. We border Canada, we were threatening them, and then in no time at all, massive turnaround, right? You know? And the liberals, you know, the liberals take head. So that was iconic. Type shit. Exactly. All right. I can't believe it, but we're it's 2:52, folks. Let me Read donos. It's been a chill stream, but it's, you know, it's a Saturday. Your hair is starting to rebel. I really need a haircut. I really, really need a haircut, yeah. You still have 8 minutes, buddy? Yeah, and I'm going to use them reading donos! You know, I got a little something for my costochondritis. I've only used it once. I was kind of nervous to use it for a bit. Look at this thingamajig. You just lay on it. You lay on it. It's like a thing that you lay on. And it's meant to, like, stretch out the... Like, I just dropped it, whoops. Like, it stretches out your chest, because you lay on it between your shoulder blades. It's pretty tough to lay on. Can I just make one myself? I mean, I guess you can. This thing feels pretty structurally sound, but it was overpriced. It's weird because there just isn't that much stuff resource-wise available for costochondritis online. And I looked, and at first I didn't really buy this because it looked like kind of culty language a little bit. Not culty. How do I say? You ever have doctors just not listen to you when you talk to them about your pains and aches? Doctors don't know what they're dealing with when it comes to costochondritis. Because it's not a serious, life-threatening concern, not much research or time has been put into it, and they aren't capable of offering you the support you need. In truth, this tool has the ability to... Yeah, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, though, it seems like they might be right. Costochondritis doesn't have a lot of research put into it, and the reason for that is because it can't really, like, hurt you that much. It just kind of sucks and makes it hard to do certain stuff. But it seems like the basic solution is stretching. So, you know, it's not like it's not homeopathy, right? Stretching does help. So glad it's working. Well, I mean, I've only used it once yet. It's supposed to be like a long-term thing, basically, but... Language targeted to manipulate biases against authority, lol. Yeah, essentially, yeah. But, you know, it's stretching, right? Putin fighter jet shot down by Ukrainian sea drone? Really? Damn. Wait, they shot down a jet with a drone? Oh man, it really is just all drone warfare now, huh? Holy shit, they even have a video. They actually did it. They shot down a jet. What the fuck? They shot down like an insanely... Okay. Is that the first jet ever shot down via drone? The Su-30 fighter jet was shot down by the Group 13 military intelligence unit. Via a sea drone. Hold on, I'm getting the video. Jesus. Sorry, no, the audio. Yeah, the audio came back on. They put air-to-air missiles on a drone boat? Yeah, just like the implications this has on, like, you can't fly shit. You can't do anything anywhere. It's like drones are so cheap. You can duct tape one ground-to-air missile on a 1,000 drone boats and just fucking kick them out into the Black Sea, you know? It's funny, like, whatever, man. Just turn the whole world into a permanent blanket of advanced drone targeting. I don't know. I gotta read these donos. Waza, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Saringholic, thank you for the tier 2 sub. You're my TV now. I think I'm more entertaining than a lot of TV, in my opinion, personally. Super Jet Guy, thanks the $5. Hey Vosh, Marcy Reinten would like to talk to you. She's the one who's getting persecuted for using the bathroom by the food authorities. Oh, I finished like follow her on Twitter. She can DM me. Yeah, she can contact me. I'm accessible. Give those rupees, the very kind $20. Thank you. I've been finding new friend groups to be openly trans with IRL, Vosh, and I feel joy every time I see them. Thank you for the encouragement. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is not a boy motor safe space. This is not a closet safe space. This is an out and proud queer safe space, you know? This is a being annoying safe space here. Grace the Mace, the $10. Vosh, I'm an autistic trans girl. I know, you're watching me. Here's my cheese money for the week. Thank you. Sadly, I can't eat cheese. I'm dieting. But I'll put it towards protein bars, which are quite expensive. Kesha in HD, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Pokemon Go predicted what we're living through. It's like that Wii save screen, or the GameCube save screen. Everything not saved will be lost. Robbo B, thank you for the $20. Good day, Vosh. Just wanted to let you know you've inspired me to join up in Pamphlet for Victorian socialists here in Australia. Keep up the great work. Wonderful. And good luck pamphleteering. I know that it's getting into fall time over there in Australia, so it's not as warm, but make sure to wear your sunblock, okay? Nabucco with the $7.50. Found 2 linen shirts for a Florida trip and a Ralph Lauren belt. Total cost was $15. Yo! Hey, you and I have almost the same belt. I also thrifted a Ralph Lauren belt like 6 months ago that has a similar profile, kind of like a big rounded edge to the leather. Well, this belt will go with anything, basically. And 2 nice linen shirts. Oh, those are beautiful. What should you wear those with? Fuck. You can wear this with all sorts of things. That's a lovely color. Look at that. Beige trousers, light flowy jeans in a light wash. If you don't mind color matching a little bit. It looks really good. Did I show you guys? I showed yesterday, but I'm still really happy about it. The vintage RRL Western shirt that I found for thrift. And it has like beautiful wear. I'm still so happy. I can't wait for this to arrive. All the authentic wear and like the wearing down here from how many times it's been tucked in. Oh man. Absolutely gorgeous. I need to wear Western shirts more often, considering how often I do Western wear shit, you know? I need to wear t-shirts less often. I could see it with shorts. The shirts from the other fella? Yeah, I agree. Bolo tie arc? I don't know if I'd wear a bolo tie. Probably just like necklaces and stuff. Meowra, thank you for the $5. First donate. Howdy. Thanks for content. R.E. Poland election. T.S. Are you familiar with Zandberg's positions? We'd have beautiful things if he had a standing chance. Only that chat briefly glazed him, but no, I'm not familiar with his positions, unfortunately. Yeah, it seems like Poland is still a little whiles away from any kind of real populist left electoral viability. One day. One day. The Eatmeister, thanks the tier 2 sub. Probably last sub for a while, spending my money on enough rice and beans to live off till the end of fascism. Everyone invest in rice and bean stonks. I mean, like, unironically, it is good to get into the meal prepping and the so on and so forth, you know? Witch Doctor, thank you for the $5. Any chance Schumer's capitulation to Trump is influenced by his religious extremism towards Israel? It's not religious extremism. I don't know how like devout of a Jew Schumer is, but that's not really what's happening there, right? It's money, it's capital. He's a New York Democrat. He's very closely tied to Wall Street. He's been in office for such a long time. It's just money. Yeah, part of it's also that he's a bitch, but like his like dedication to Israel is not a religious thing. How could it be? Most of the Zionists in America are like fucking Nazi-esque Christians, you know? It's just he goes where the money goes, and there's a lot of money tied up in our relationship with Israel. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. The Mold Dweller mentioned. Well, mate, how do you think blokes is women now? Apps a penny whooper is the same thing as a snatch, innit? Can you believe that British people call pussies a gash sometimes? That's fucking foul. You can always tell, man, fucking, there's no way these people are having sex. Like, because you don't, that's not how you talk about that. Yes, you shouldn't be talking about them like that. That's not right. No wonder they're transphobic. Yeah, dude, if I was that, like, genitalia repulsed, honestly, anything that drew attention to sex and gender, like trans people's existence. Honestly. Spencer Howard, the 10 Australian, thank you. Sleep before stream, Australian election was more than just Trump. Labor's campaign focus was a rejection of culture war, Medicare funding, universal childcare, public housing, and wiping off 20% of student debt. Yeah, it seems like they have some broader projects in the works, and now they have an overwhelming, majority in the parliament to do it. So I really hope good things are ahead for Australia. Muse of Salzburg, thank you for the 5 AUD. Would recommend the ABC for election coverage and Oz News generally. That Corpo News from yesterday was painful to watch. I mean, come on, a Sydney rodeo. I don't know. You people are silly. Arcane Spaghetti and Barabbas Dentiac, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I like Tasting History. I like the channel Tasting History. I like his YouTube shorts. They're good. Meta, thank you for the 8 Australian, much appreciated. Tyromancy, thank you for the $10. Amma Sunzu is the African hairstyle you're referring to if no one's posted it yet. You were late to the punch, but I still appreciate it. And also, yes, it was, I'm really glad we were able to figure that out and actually see some cool hairstyles. Barabastantia, Gloomy Orpheus, and Horrible Ham, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Congratulations, Horrible Ham, on your first HRT injection. Hope it didn't sting too much. I'm concerned Trump's use of executive orders will set a bad precedent for using them in coming administrations. What do you think? Executive orders have been broken for a long time, but they kind of need to be broken because Congress is broken. The whole system needs to be torn down. I mean that. The American federal government genuinely is fucking awful at doing its job. I don't even mean politically, like left versus right, or like, oh, it's so fascist or whatever. I just mean in terms of making sure anything happens. The Electoral College, the Senate, Congress, it's like a terrible system. The only part of government that operates even remotely effectively is the administrative state, and that's the least democratic part of the government. We need a new constitution. To Calmo99, thank you for the $5. Do you think there's a moral difference between voting for / supporting Trump in 16 or 20 versus 2024? Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so. Joseph Woods, thanks the 10 Australian. As an Australian, thank you for delivering this great news to me. Just woke up for a 6 a.m. start to a 12-hour shift on measly 3 hours. Ew. This was the start I needed. I'm overjoyed, brother. Hey, listen, good luck with your shift, okay? Good luck with your shift. Yeah, yeesh. Hope it goes well. Good luck. The Irish, thanks the €6. I draw people in public. It's recommended by art masters. What do you think are the ethical issues with this practice? What should I say if confronted? I don't think there are any ethical issues with that whatsoever. Drawing people you see in public is a time-tested, honorable way of practicing your craft. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Sometimes people are weird about it today because people don't like being drawn, but we all live in a super, like, surveilled world anyway. For one, you're in public. That's the point of being in public, you know? I don't think you should take a picture of a person who, like, trips and, like, their butt crack gets exposed, and you're like, oh, look at this fucking retard, oh! Sorry, it doesn't have to be Australian, it's just, it was on the mind. And then post it and people make fun or whatever. Like, obviously don't be a dipshit. But, like, if you're in public, you know, I don't know. I had a close friend who's a very, very talented artist, and he drew still lifes of people out. Not still lifes, that's not what still life means, but like people he saw in public all the time. And I always remembered this drawing that he did of a really cool old guy who was on the bus in Pasadena. And he was this he was like an older, maybe mid-60s white guy with a strong beard, and he was dressed quite fashionably, like he was wearing like a nice coat. And I remember my friend describing him and choosing to draw him because rather than just sitting down in a bus seat, he grabbed the pole on the bus and kind of whipped around the seat in a very athletic and sort of lively way, you know, to sit down. And that was what made my friend want to draw him. And, you know, honestly, the sentiment there is very pro-human. I think it's important to preserve that. Ivan Sizemore, thank you for the $10. Much appreciated. And Haley Goofy, thank you for the $20. Oh my God, forgot this was live. Hi, ordering my rice and beans. You see the rice and beans on DoorDash, or like beans and rice? You know what I mean? Or is it beef and... It was beef and rice. Get your rice and beans. $20, you can buy a lot of beans and rice, you know? A lot. Thank you. Brandish 000, thank you for the 10 Australian. Did you hear about the indigenous Aussie parrot Trump and say make Australia great again? Yeah, I saw. Also, fuck Dutton, ex-cop, only guy against a bill that apologized to First Nations people. Well, I mean, he's out. He's literally out. He lost his seat. So, looks like Australia made a choice. And they chose well in that context. And thanks to the additional 5 Australian. ABC's really good coverage. Listen, I defer to your regional expertise. Your regional expertise. Boiling rice is easy as shit. You people make it seem difficult. It is, but you can get a good rice cooker that will last your entire life for like $25, and you can keep rice warm in there for several days. You know? It's just nice and easy, you know? Hold on one second. This is a microscopically small fashion creator. At least they're small on YouTube, and I saw a new short. One sec.
Today I got a new denim shirt that has these really cool fraying patches on them. But I noticed something weird. The frays on the top are white, but the ones on the sides are blue. And I started to wonder why that is. Turns out that's just the way denim is made. You see, denim is a type of weave that consists of a warp and a weft. You have blue yarns going in this direction and white yarns going in this direction. So it makes sense, if you don't close down or finish the edges of a fabric, it starts to fray. And the only yarns that can fray in this direction are blue. And in the other direction, the only yarns that can fray are white. Pretty cool to see the concept of how denim is...
Quit gatekeeping! Where's the shirt? You know what? I could make this shirt. It's just patches. I could do it. I like this guy a lot. I really, really like this guy's content. No play?
So I just ruined my favorite pair of pants, after owning them like 5 days. This is Candlewicks, by the way. So I did what everyone else would do in my situation. I called my mom, and she told me to iron it out. The idea is that the iron melts the wax, and the paper towel soaks everything up. And it worked perfectly. So I just ruined my favorite pair of...
That's sweet.
So I just received my first ever custom tailored pants. And they look beautiful, except for one very weird thing. There's the small loop made from a very unaesthetic material. First I thought the tailor made a mistake, and it's some kind of interfacing or lining that by accident got sewn in. So I called her and asked her what's up with the thing. Turns out that's a prong keeper. Never heard about that before. The loop is made to fiddle your prong into it and then to keep the center of the pants aligned with the belt. So you don't get situations like this. So I just received my first ever custom...
I've never seen one of those before. Huh. One more.
These are the replica sneakers, an iconic and highly acclaimed footwear design by the high fashion house Maison Margiela. And if you're like me and you like the general design of the replica sneaker and want a pair for yourself, you don't necessarily have to drop $600 on the Margiela version. There are actually plenty of alternatives at different price points depending on what you're looking for. If you want the cheapest option, the original get is the version to go. You can still find them as military surplus on German eBay and online for like 50 bucks. Adidas makes now their own version of the German army trainer, priced at around $100. Puma also produces a nearly identical shoe for around $100. Another great option in a similar price range is Svensson for 200 bucks. A cleaner, more refined take on the military classic. If you want something a little bit more closer to Margiela's premium feel, but don't want to pay the whole designer price, how about these? Reproduction Found is a Japanese brand that specializes in recreating vintage military clothing. Their version is priced at around $300. And hey, if you want the Margiela name, just go for it. Just be aware that you don't have to spend $600 to get the German army trainer.
I need some army trainers. I might get some GATs. I'm probably going to get some GATs. They're basically exactly the same. I started mending my own clothes and I'm so happy about that a tear doesn't. You know, my clothing is never torn. Part of it's just I don't do that much, but also like apart from t-shirts, which are naturally like pretty frail, you know, the pants that I get are like really durable. Like this will never, ever fucking like I would learn to repair my nice clothes, but I don't like they're not gonna break, you know? Well, I gotta go. Love you guys. You gotta take care. If I stream tomorrow, it's going to be later in the day. I'm doing a little day trip tomorrow. Just gonna have fun, zip around a little bit, you know. While it's still legal before they implement 15-minute cities and you're not allowed to drive around. Take care, drink some water, etc., etc., okay? See you guys soon.